Yo! What's up? What's up? What's up? KK, come on, man. That's a good intro.
Man, I had better songs in mind, like fucking.
No, man. No. I wanted to put Eminem. Everyone told me it's too cringe, so I went with this one.
Man, you're thinking on the wrong level. Like I was thinking like "Kickstart by My Heart" by like Motley Crue, or like something proper, man. You're on the wrong
But
level.
this is great music, but it's of my era, not your era.
Yeah, I don't know,
Yeah.
man. That's my jam.
That was a great
I used to
intro.
rock out to that daily.
we wanted to put we should have put Pink Floyd. We have Pink Floyd sax player coming on the show. We forgot to put Pink Floyd like a
How
bunch
do
of
you know
idiots.
Pink Floyd? You're too young for that shit.
No, I used to play guitar. I used to be a beast of a guitar player, so I played a lot of Pink Floyd songs. But we have the. Are you a fan of Pink Floyd, Wahid?
I mean, no, I'm more like Green Day and all those.
And
I
Britney
mean, I
Spears
like
and
Pink
stuff, yeah.
Floyd, but yeah.
Christina Aguilera. Yeah, I know your
Yeah.
taste, man. I'm in the same boat. No, but we have the Pink Floyd sax player coming on today, and we put Jay-Z and Linkin Park because we're very smart.
Linkin Park is the best.
They're good. They're good. What's up, everyone? We got how many people in the space already? 400 people in the space. So everybody, we're gonna kick it off with a quick introduction by Chet for the riddle that we're doing, just to avoid any confusion. So before we start with the panelists and the discussion, Chet, who I'm bringing up on stage now, we're doing an $8,000 riddle today. So the one winner, I think, wins $8,000. But instead of just random giveaways, today you have to solve the riddle. So you have to listen to the space, and then Chet will guide you through it as soon as he accepts my request to speak. Chet, I've sent you a request to come up on stage, bro. So make sure you come up. Let me see. Yeah, it's not full. What's up, Chet?
Hey, Mar, I think I'm actually going to be going through this with Chet as well. Oh, Chet's here as well.
Yeah,
Chet,
cool.
you here?
All right, guys, do a quick intro, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Mario. I won't take too much time. First of all, once again, thank you to Scott Page, obviously from Pink Floyd, for coming out today. I'm kind of headlining the event with Mario and everyone else, as well as to the two main sponsors I want to talk about just very quickly. Grizzlyfy, which is going to have a role in the riddle today, and then also Opus Labs for helping with Brian, helping to bring on Scott Page. It's going to be great. So very quickly, reason we're doing this at the beginning is we just want to run through how today's going to work for the $9,000 giveaway, just so that people are aware and don't get confused, because it is going to be a little different than normal. So we have two different giveaways for the 8 of the $9,000. To start, $1,000 is just going to be given away by the team to people that are active. They're commenting pretty much randomly, just for being in the space and supporting. However, for the bigger giveaways, the $8,000 is going to be broken up into two separate giveaways. So this is why it's going to be really important to listen and also pay attention during the space, as otherwise you're not going to be able to win. So there's going to be one $3,000 giveaway, which is going to happen near the end of the space, but you have to listen all the way through if you're going to be able to solve that puzzle, which is sponsored by Grizzlyfy, which they're going to be coming up later as well. So that is going to be, to basically enter that 3K giveaway, you're going to have to be listening throughout the space. There is going to be some code words dropping by Mario halfway through the space. And then there's also going to be some words to a phrase of some sort that's going to be posted on Grizzly's website. It could be posted, for example, in the Discord, in our social platforms. So you have to keep a lookout for those. Definitely be in the Discord to follow along. Otherwise, you're probably going to miss it. We're going to be putting a lot more information there about that specific giveaway. Then this is separate. So this is really, really important that people don't get these two confused. We're going to be giving away $5,000, also sponsored by Grizzlyfy. They're going to be coming up later after Scott Page and Opus Labs come up during the middle of the show. And that's going to be the end of this whole journey that Chet and I have been really developing with these giveaways, with these sponsorships, with these partnerships that we've been driving. So that one is going to be completely separate. We're going to have some more information on that as well. That's going to be the 5K one. So that's been going on. Those are all the old riddles, all the stuff that's been put on Mario's Twitter, on the Roundtable Twitter. That's going to come to a close today as well. But just, any new information that you hear today in the Discord, on Twitter, if we had dropped any code words. That's for the 3K one. The 5K one, you're going to have to go back and look through some of the tweets to figure that one out. But do make sure that they are completely separate. Otherwise, if you confuse them, it's going to be tough for you to win. Once again, very quickly, if I can, Mario, thanks again to Opus Labs for bringing in Scott Page. We're really excited to have him here from Pink Floyd. And then in addition to that, thanks again, obviously, to Grizzly 5 for sponsoring. Really looking forward to this. It's going to be a great show. Mario, I'll kick it back to you. And let me know if you get anything else. Thanks again.
Cool. Also, we've got a Discord. Discord's going insane now. Richard, do you know your Discord's favorite guest? We've had over 200 guests. It seems that we have a lot of, what do you call them, hexagons in the Discord.
That's glad to hear it.
Every day we get messages, when Richard. You can go in there and check yourself. So congrats on the massive following that you have, man, the community that you have.
If you guys don't like the background noise, that's because the $700,000 Rolls Royce Cullinan Black that I'm in still has a little noise.
Okay, very cool. All right, KK, I'll let you kick off the agenda, introduce the panelists, and let's get the show started.
100%. So we're going to kick it off with the crypto market analysis and news segment. And then as we roll into that, we'll slowly introduce the panelists as we go. But without a further ado, what is up, guys? Welcome to the 16th episode of the Crypto Roundtable. Today's segment will be structured as follows. So as I mentioned, we're going to be kicking it off with a crypto news and market analysis segment, which will then be followed by a special guest segment where we'll have Scott Page of Pink Floyd join us and share his views regarding the industry as a whole. And then right after that, we'll be having a segment fully dedicated to gaming guilds, which if you go into the actual definition, my personal definition is essentially they're nothing other than a collection of gamers working towards a joint goal. And all of the above will then be followed by our project pitch segment and our treasure hunt winner announcement, which Siggy and Chet just spoke about previously. As always, a major shout out to the sponsors of today's show. So for today, we've got Grizzly. So Grizzly.fi is essentially a crypto platform that simplifies investing in DeFi opportunities. We've also got Opus Labs. So they help businesses with their go-to marketing strategies by utilizing NFT tech. We've got Faith Tribe, our beloved Faith Tribe, who's been with us, I think, since episode 5 or 6, if I'm not mistaken. So they're a digital platform for the creation, designing, minting, customization, production, and distribution of digital and physical fashion items. And NFT Tech, which Mario can expand on because he essentially co-founded them. All of the sponsors will be linked in a pinned tweet super shortly, which the team is actively working on so that you guys can go follow them, which is it's necessary for part of the giveaway. For giveaways today, we'll also be giving out $50 to 10 lucky winners who'll be selected straight from the Discord channel. So make sure you join that. Mario's going to pin a link to that as we speak right now. And as mentioned before, we'll also be doing our treasure hunt winner announcements, which Sigmund and Chet spoke about previously. Also, guys, if you enjoy the Crypto Roundtable, make sure to also check out another event I'm doing on the 13th of September, which I've pinned as a tweet on my profile, centered purely around NFTs, the metaverse, DeFi, and of course, with additional cash giveaways to go with it. But without a further ado, let's quickly hop into the crypto market news and analysis segment, unless there's anything you want to add, Mario.
No, man, it's going to be pretty cool. So I'll pin Discord, join there. Anyone in Richard's community, you got a lot of your brothers in that group, in that Discord group. They're dominating it for a while now. And make sure you follow the sponsors, which I'll be pinning above in the space. So anyone that is interested in the giveaways, you have to follow everyone. And you follow all the panelists. That's a requirement for anyone to win the giveaways. That's 8K on the 8K for the riddle, and then 1K in Discord as well. So a lot of giveaways as always. But let's kick it off, man.
So As per market analysis, I mean, this week has been pretty bad for Bitcoin overall. So Bitcoin is currently trading, as I last checked, around the 19,000 US dollar mark. The fear and greed index is also currently at extreme fear levels. So it's down to 20 out of 100 from what I last checked. So the market is essentially in quote unquote extreme fear, which contrarians, right, and individuals that essentially take the opposite route might see as a good sign, because there's a saying, buy when there's blood in the street. And we've seen Bitcoin tumble down all the way down to 18.5K levels. I think this happened, give or take, yesterday or 2 days ago. But that's also not the worst case scenario. So we've also seen levels all the way down to 17.5K back in June 2022, which could be a bit of a predictor of what's potentially to come. Now, again, potentially. I think we can kick it off with just a brief view of the current state of the market right now, Mario, unless there's anything you want to add. But
Yeah, no, yeah, I think we can kick it off. So Wahid and Richard, maybe Wahid, you can go first on your thoughts on the market now, and then Richard right after. I know Wahid, you're gonna give us a general macro overview of the space, and then Richard, you're gonna focus more on Bitcoin and crypto in general.
Great, thanks. Well, look, I'll remain consistent with with what I've said in the last 2-3 months, but then give you new things that have happened over the last 10 days. So obviously, you all probably well know my thesis now. Structural inflation for the very, very long run. It's the only way we dig through that 330 trillion worth of debt that does not even include pension funds, defined benefits, and all the unfunded liabilities that are basically hidden from sovereign debt numbers. So essentially, we are going through the grind, right? So I like to think I called the bottom in June and felt that we were going to get a risk rally. And when I talk about macro, I'm talking about all risk assets, right? Because I actually truly believe we're in a correlation of one. We have been in a correlation of one for decades, since we basically made money graffiti and got rid of the gold standard. And so everything basically moves on capital flows and liquidity. And so against that backdrop, when you basically are opening and closing the spigot, I think it's futile to make such a general differentiation between risk assets, because now more than ever things are moving together. Okay, so I felt like there was going to be a pivot. The whole market sort of shifted to pivot because they felt, okay, the second derivative of inflation numbers was going down, and there's a lot of money still out there in the system, a lot of liquidity flushing around, and obviously a lot of debt. So how much could they really raise rates? I'm talking about ECB, Fed, and all the way to the RBA and the guys in Canada, et cetera, et cetera. So we had a massive rally. And then, of course, the central banks got cold feet because, as I mentioned 3 weeks ago, actually, financial conditions were easier, literally easier, than when they were when the Fed started raising the first 75 bips clip. And so, obviously, he had to be Superman and do the drum beats and say, "Hey, I'm really serious about this. I'm gonna kick ass. I'm gonna raise rates, and I'm gonna shellac you." Okay. The reality is the following. Okay, so they can talk a big game. I do think they will try to get to 3.5% to 4%, but then the day they pivot, we're going to go vertical. But now, from now till that point, we are going to go through a very, very tough apex. But the point I want to make is for everyone in the audience to remember, there really is no other solution. I've always said this: we either go back to the caves and go into a deflationary spiral, or they basically pivot, reflate, and we're back to the races. Because the conundrum is we cannot get through all this debt. And I want to illustrate the craziness over the last 10 days. I'm going to give you 3 things to think of. All right. So with all the tightening that the ECB just announced even today, all right, 2 trillion was literally printed yesterday. Literally. Yesterday, the EU decided, in a mass way, even including the UK, with the new prime minister, to basically cap gas rates, bail out all the different utilities, give them unlimited credit lines to extend basically the subsidies so that people don't actually pay mark-to-market prices. That, folks, amounts to $2 trillion. $2 trillion that is basically increased debt. So everyone's focused on the central bank raising rates, etc. But the reality is exactly what I'm always saying. They can try, but you're going to get another pull on the other side. We cannot get out of this conundrum. Second point, in America, it's not better. The Inflation Reduction Act also adding stimulus. You know, going and telling everyone they can go on a spending spree because now they no longer have $10,000 to $20,000 of student debt, another debt infusion. So while you see things, smoking mirrors, that they're trying to fight inflation, on the other side, on the other hand, they're creating so much stimulus. And that's why the market does not go down. Everyone's bearish. We're in extreme greed, as Kirill said. But at the end of the day, you just feel like we're in this molten lava where we just can't, we cannot get to that apex where everyone is waiting to buy in. Again, it's because of reflation. And then finally, the stupidest of the stupidest things is when you read that actually Europe, in large part now, is buying gas from China that China is buying from Russia. So for anyone that tells me, okay, sanctions, etc., that is pure inflation. We sanction Russia, Russia sells cheap gas to China, and China sells it back to us cheaply. Folks, we are run by a bunch of idiots and lunatics. And unfortunately, the only way we're going to get out of this hole is through structural inflation. Don't shoot the messenger. So I remain constructive long term. We're going to have to go through an apex at some point in the next month or two where everyone panics and they have to pivot. And then it is really game over. That is what I call not the conspiracy reset, but that's where I feel the floodgates open. And you want to be in crypto, you want to be in real estate, you want to be in gold and silver and risk assets.
Richard, I saw you had a tweet making, I think it was you that had a tweet making fun of the sanctions. Do you agree with Wahid's take on structural inflation being inevitable? And what's your take on the crypto markets moving forward? Because you've talked a few times about Bitcoin hitting significantly lower lows, which I think is unlikely but possible. Do you still have that same opinion?
Yeah. So, my opinion is the exact same now that it's been for over a year and a half. For you guys that are new to listening, I called the top on Bitcoin on the day over a year and a half ago. It's been under that top call every single day, except for one, the Judas candle, where it made a 6% higher high from 65K to 69K, and then went straight down ever since. We still have a 30% discount on Grayscale Bitcoin to its net asset value. Grayscale holds 1% of all Bitcoin. We still have 140,000 Mt. Gox coins coming out. We still got 70,000 Ross Ulbricht coins. We've still got, 90,000 Bitfinex hacker coins to come out. And we've still got deleveraging. The Celsius bankruptcy hasn't decided whether they're going to dump their coins or try and redistribute them to holders. And historically, Bitcoin always does an 85% drop without all those other terrible things going on, just on its own. And then you combine that with the fact that Bitcoin's totally correlated to the stock market. The stock market's totally correlated inversely to interest rates. And so interest rates go up because they need to fight inflation. Mr. Chairman of the Fed was just on television last week talking about how he's going to keep raising rates and it's not going to be a soft landing. And he wants it to, he wants these markets to take a hit. He literally said, you're going to see, price contraction in the markets. And so with the Fed raising rates, all of those unknowns of Bitcoins being dumped, absolutely no kind of bounce here at all. So, as a technical analyst, you'd say resistance, what used to be resistance would become support. Well, 20K used to be resistance. It was the blow off top in 2017. And now it doesn't even act as support. It's back to resistance again because we fell right through it like it wasn't even there. We went down to 17,400. Then recently we were at like 18,600. And, it's just a dead cat. It's a dead cat with no good news, no good roadmap, nothing on the horizon, a bunch of bag holders that bought the top, and all they can do is sell now. El Salvador already blew their loads buying the top. Michael Saylor already blew his load buying the top. So what are they going to do? Buy more? Nope, out of money. Matter of fact, they got demoted. So Bitcoin's going to go down to 11K and pray and hope that it stops at 11K, and my prediction's been right the whole time. From the second top, the double top, people blew out their portfolios to create. So 3 Hours Capital, Celsius, these guys didn't want to do the normal blow off top cycle. They wanted to buy a double top, and boy, they bought it, and it cost them everything. But now we've had to cycle through and deleverage all that stupid leverage that they created. And so now the running timer, which we would have already done with our bear market, probably had people done the normal market cycle instead of buying an extra double top. Now that takes us out another 2 months and 3 days. So 365 days from the 69K is 2 months and 3 days from now. The ideal situation is that you'd have the Fed stop raising rates, either GOX or Finex or Ross Ulbricht's coins dumped on the market or handed out, and the discount to NAV and Grayscale go away. If those three things happen, I'm bullish. And if those three things happen after an 85% dip, I'm even more bullish. But until I get that 85% dip, until some of that other stuff gets wrapped up, whether it's a Celsius bankruptcy or Mt. Gox or Finex hacker or Ross Ulbricht's coins, there's no way I'm longing. And then you've also got the buy the rumor, sell the news event with the Ethereum merge coming up in about 10 days. So, I'm still not bullish crypto, and I've been right this entire time. And I'll be bullish when everyone finally pukes and we finally get our capitulation candle. And we didn't get one in 2018. We did a bump and run bottom at 3K. And so, people are kind of hoping and praying for that now with an Adam and Eve bottom. And they're hoping that we're in the Eve part of the candle formation now. Basically kind of looks like a bump and run, except with more curve to it, more like a kind of cup and handle. So I don't see any reason that we're going to be going vertical anytime soon. There's too many.
Do you think anything could go wrong with the ETH merge in a few days?
Sure.
And what's the likelihood?
I mean, I don't know. Just pulling a number out of my butt, 5%. Maybe there's a 5% chance that something goes wrong. But if it just pauses the network, who cares? And the only people that really care about network pauses are people that need money immediately, which is never me, or the people that have leverage positions outside the chain, or maybe even on chain, depending on how they're running their timers. But unless you've got leverage positions or need of money in an emergency, a chain pause really isn't a big deal. The only kind of chain things that are big deals to me are rewriting history. That's unforgivable. Inflating supply, unforgivable, things like that. But just a network pause due to like maybe one of the clients falls out of consensus with other clients, some kind of thing like that. Network pauses for a while. It's not that big a deal as far as I'm concerned. So it's actually really good news. This merge is going to reduce the issuance rate 90%. And so, if you're a Bitcoin maxi, brainless person, and you love the halvening, well, you're going to get a bunch of halvenings all at once after the merge, because of the rate at which it's inflating is going to go down massively, instantly. And the only issue is, there's some buy the rumor going on. And I know there's some buy the rumor going on because I see that the interest rates to borrow ETH are up at like 15% APY, whereas your interest rates to borrow like USDC are at like 0.5%. That's on the lending side, not the borrow side. The borrow side's a little bit higher because the lenders want to make money lending to you. So another thing to point out is that you're not going to have a big dump of staked Ethereum when the merge happens, because it doesn't actually release staked Ethereum. Staked Ethereum is not released for trading until sharding is done, and who knows when that'll ever happen. So that's my market summary. 11K in pray, and when the bottom hits, I think Hex is a beautiful play. I think Ethereum's a beautiful play. Now, not a financial advisor. Do your own research, et cetera, et cetera. That's it. Unless you got any questions.
KK, do you want to introduce Mr. Walker? And there's a great overview by Richard, and I know Dante has to jump off shortly as well.
100% Dante, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
I'm good, man. What are your thoughts with regards to the market and everything that was mentioned so far?
Yeah, I pretty much totally agree with what you guys have like summed up in so many ways, right? Like, I just think there are so many, different things in the macro environment that seem to be extremely bearish. And I agree, kind of like what Richard was saying, like this kind of like dead cow bounce that we are seeing doesn't really necessarily seem to be correlated with anything fundamentally that's actually reversing about the markets or anything like that. And just on a macro scale, again, I just feel like we have some pain to go for quite a while. Me, like more focused, like of course I got into like most people know me from like NFTs and things like that. Well, me personally, I haven't been like buying any kind of like NFTs because obviously NFTs is like crypto risk squared, like risk stacked on top of risk, stacked on top of risk. So it's no secret that we're seeing the kind of capitulation that we are seeing. So yeah, like kind of like Richard was saying, like I would just look for the markets to continue to go lower.
But but Dante, I want to ask you about your mic is a bit choppy. Just thought I'd let you know, Dante. I'm not sure if it's your mic or your internet. But in the meantime, while you figure that out, like I want to ask you, Richard, and any other speaker, is anyone bullish right now? Any speaker that's bullish? Because I seem to be the only bullish one by the looks of it. Like Kyle.
No, I'm
Whalecoin.
I'm fairly bullish. I'm fairly bullish in a contrarian way. But I do think we're going to get very short-term volatility. But for the gentleman who said, there's no fundamentals, you're 100% right. There's no fundamentals except for the biggest fundamental ever, which is why should a loaf of bread cost what it does, 20, 30% more than it did a year ago? Because of printed money and everything reflates. And so price is really a function of that kind of liquidity. And so fundamentally, I truly believe that you're going to see things melt up and you're going to scratch your head and say, why the hell is it melting up? Because everything is repricing.
If we have on September 13th, if CPI comes in below expectations, that changes things since we're so correlated with the stock market right now. Like the equities market could help, could be the savior of crypto this time around.
But does it though? If people keep mentioning that there's no actual like fundamentals.
I don't know. Every time CPI comes in better than expected, the markets do well. Or at least for the last few months.
Hey, Kirill,
Go ahead, Chet.
what was the fundamentals 1 week into COVID, April 2020, and everything went hockey stick? What exactly was the fundamentals?
But the markets are forward looking, so the fundamental,
Exactly.
Okay.
No,
Cheds, go ahead, bro. Cheds, I saw you put your hand up. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Big Chad. You find me on Twitter. I'm the author of Trading Wisdom. It's available on Amazon, but you can get it for free on my YouTube channel at Chad's Trading. I'm a straight price action guy. I'm trained in Japanese candlesticks, classical charting. I did CMT level 1, and I'm a founding analyst at Bitcoin. So a lot of great talk about the fundamentals, but if it matters, we'll see it in the chart. The price will either hold support or it will not. Like Richard, I actually also called the top when the day it happened, November 10th, November 11th. You saw the money flows. Ethereum started to break out a couple weeks before. That was a cautionary tale. Then you saw money flows. That stuff, all the top with the up thrust and the outside bars. There was all those technicals. So I want to jump in though. Someone said that the market's gonna, maybe help save Bitcoin, but Bitcoin's had relative weakness to equities. Right on this last relief rally, the spider was able to tag the daily MA200 underside, and Bitcoin was nowhere near it. Right, Bitcoin has been expressing relative weakness. Right, so technically it's just continuing down from the trajectory we've been looking at. Since March and April, I've been talking about Bitcoin going to the 12 to 14K range, and the continued break. We just had a descending triangle that broke down in this consolidation range, and now price is heading back towards that 17.5K low. There are several possible scenarios for a bottom here. One of them, double bottom, where we break 17.5 briefly, cause some type of panic and bounce. That would be a potential technical setup, but I still think we need to test the supply in the 12 to 14K range. And really the biggest thing I want to talk about is that Bitcoin's had relative weakness to equities. So I don't think anybody should hope broader market really lifting Bitcoin. I think you have to trade within the four corners of the chart, whatever chart you're looking at.
No, Chad, just give you a heads up, by the way, your mic is cutting up more than Dante. But yeah, so in terms of Bitcoin's weakness to the equities markets, that's true. So we'll see. We'll see if we, saying 11K. Why do you think, Richard, back to your 11K number, why do you think we'll hit a lower low a low that's lower than the previous cycle's high? Because hasn't it been a repeating cycle that every time the low is still above or at the previous high? So the previous cycle had a high of 20K or just under, I think. And we kind of broke that, but kind of bounced back pretty quickly. Why do you think this time around will go lower than the previous high?
Well, this is what I was saying earlier. You know, a common technical concept, usually on lower time frames, is that resistance becomes support. So you're at the resistance, everyone's got their stops right after resistance. You consolidate below, and then you break through, and then you run through extra because you've blown out everybody's stops, and then you hopefully you keep running. That's the kind of normal standard breakthrough resistance breakout trade. And so Bitcoin has not shown any support at 20K. The price is not above 20K. 20K is not acting as support. It's acting as resistance. And so the support turned resistance, or rather the 2017 resistance of 20K acting as support now, it's not happening. We're not over 20K. We're under it. And so, another kind of technical truism is that if you're consolidating above support, it's very weak because you should have blown through and gone farther. You should never be consolidating above support. You should be consolidating or above resistance rather. So, what if you were trying to paint Bitcoin as being weak? What more weak thing could you have than lingering below?
So it dropped out, Richard. I'm just gonna ping him.
Can I just
Whalecoin.
address that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Chad. Go ahead, man.
Sorry to jump in and sorry about the choppiness. If you look at the weekly chart, which I think is the longest logical level to look at.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
What people think support is
200
at 20K. Like it just fell through it.
No,
Like hear any of the stuff I just said?
Yeah, I think you lagged earlier. Now you're back. Go ahead, Chad. You were saying.
So
And then Whalecoin right after.
So look, the long-term trend has weakened. We've broken below the prior all-time high for the first time. And we have now on the weekly chart, we have the deepest and longest price penetration of the weekly 200 in history. So we're seeing real damage happening to the chart in the long term. Like historically, all you've had to do is just buy at the weekly 200, buy every dip. But there's no guarantee the next 10 or 12 years will be like the last 10 or 12 years with Bitcoin. I think we need to kind of temper our expectations. We're seeing real big signs of weakening trend. I generally agree with Richard about where he sees the price going. And I think it's a real big problem that we're seeing the price below the 200 in the weekly.
Another fact, CME's BTC trading volume has stagnated for a while now. So it just shows institutional interest in the markets is not looking too good either. Whalecoin, I know you had your hand up, bro. Whalecoin, you got to unmute, man. Can you hear me? All right, we'll get back to you afterwards. You got to unmute your mic.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, bro. Whalecoin, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, man, can you hear me? Man, so we're gonna DM you and fix it up. So Rom, if you can just DM Whalecoin.
Go ahead.
Kyle.
Let's go ahead with Michael before we go over to Kyle.
Yeah, sure, man.
A quick overview. Michael, are you with us?
Yes, man, I'm here.
What's up, man? Man, can you comment on everything that's been mentioned right now? And also, can you share your thoughts on the fact that, September has essentially been a garbage month for the markets over the past 5 years?
There's so much being said in the past 15 minutes that's just like so confusing for everyone who's listening, I guess. But going forward, I think that the first speaker is the one that I'm aligning to a lot. I think that what we are hearing right now is that the inflation talks are everywhere. And based on that, we can see that the Fed and ECB are hiking, but the actual story is that they can't keep up with that policy. So right now, during the coming months, we are getting into a crossroad of whether they can keep up with that policy. As essentially, if they keep up with this policy, the bubble is just going to collapse. And that's something that they don't want to do. So I think that CPI next week or next month are going to be decisive. ISM data as well, they're going to drop down quite fast. And out of that, we're probably going to get lower inflation numbers and a reverse policy, which we essentially are already seeing in the past weeks with Europe using the Inflation Reduction Act, and also the US is doing that already. So essentially, they are doing QT and QE at the same time. and everyone is focused on the QT part, but actually they are just printing more money to keep the bubble alive. I think that's their goal. Going towards the sentiment on the markets right now is that I hear everybody speaking about, hey, we're going to 11K, hey, we're going to 14K. It's definitely going to be happening. However, we're just consolidating here, and essentially it looks a lot like we had a discussion in 2018 where we were at 3K as well, that we had to retest the lows. We had to go to 1K to have those tests there because everyone is fitting into the bearish mindset of the past 12 months. So I'm not into the group that expects us to hit 11K or 13K. And I think nobody is helped by hearing that story. I think that if you're looking at the valuation of Bitcoin at this point, it's probably the most undervalued in the past 8 years. So in that case, I think that if people want to invest in Bitcoin, right now is the period to go forward with. And second, the dollar is increasing quite heavily. The strength of the dollar will not keep up. It's not working for the entire world. It's not working for Europe. It's not working for the US either, because with such a strong dollar, they destroy their own country because they are more exporting than importing. They are more importing. In that case, it is a decisive month right now. And I think that I'd rather be neutral to slightly bullish from this perspective or risk on assets and bearish on bonds. And I'm also bearish on the dollar. And we could be getting a case where the euro is going to bounce back up and the dollar is going to drop, because that's mostly consisting out of euro USD, in which stocks could still be falling down and crypto does well. It could be a little bit complicated in the coming period, but essentially within now and 2 months, we are probably going to change minds and we're going to reverse policy. And I think the worst is priced in now. So I'd rather want to look at an investment thesis for a longer perspective on crypto and risk on, and that I'm going to be bearish here because essentially we have been going down for 18 months and the dollar is getting towards a climax too.
Whalecoin, go ahead, man.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
All right, cool. Sorry about the technical difficulties. First of all, Mario, thank you for having me on. My name is Noah. I represent Whalecoin Talk. We're a rapidly growing Web3 media group. I really love the conversations. I'm kind of in between Walid and Richard with respect to my sentiments of the market. I think that Walid makes a really good point. He says that eventually you're going to want to be in crypto, real estate, gold, risk assets when the floodgates open. I'm not entirely sure where that's going to be. Richard makes some great points about how there's I think, a discount on Grayscale BTC, how Mt. Gox coins are still coming out, how Bitfinex still has points, 90K coins coming out, a lot of deleveraging left to happen. Historically, Bitcoin always drops 85%. So I think, well, I guess rather my question to those in Richard's camp, and even I believe Dante made similar points as far as how the macro environment is not really supporting any kind of vertical movement anytime soon. I'd be curious to ask you folks whether you think a lot of that sentiment and fear is already baked in the prices. I believe Michael said in the grand scheme of things that Bitcoin is slightly, I mean, it is undervalued, and I'm kind of in Michael's camp. I'm not particularly waiting for Bitcoin to hit 12 to 14K. I don't know if that's going to happen. It could. But I feel like everyone thinks it's going to happen, and so they're waiting for it, and we might not see that price action. So that's kind of where I stand. I agree with you guys. The macro environment is really not set up for a bull market. I don't see us going above 30K or hitting 30K anytime soon. But I also I'm on the same camp as Willie with respect to eventually these assets are going to see massive appreciation just because of the amount of money that's being printed. I don't know where else people are going to put their money in the long run. So that's kind of my 2 cents. I did want to talk a bit about the merge as well, but I'm going to let people respond to my comments first.
I mean, simply, there's another factor that's not been mentioned, which is Ethereum is killing Bitcoin. Ethereum's market cap is greater than 50% of Bitcoin's. Ethereum will have lower inflation. Ethereum has all the NFTs, all the developers, all the stable coins, all the roadmap, everything, like all the bridges to other networks, pulsechain.com, free airdrop of a copy of everyone's Ethereum coins. I mean, every single good thing that could exist for Ethereum is there. It's also got anonymity, the state. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I did talk to a lawyer, and he said that the ruling on the sanction was just for the USDC contract, and it didn't affect the Ethereum contract. Now, go do your own legal research, get your own legal advice. But you've got strong anonymity on Ethereum that you don't have available in Bitcoin. So every single thing, cheaper, faster, higher throughput, better for the environment, every single feature, quicker, like Ethereum murders Bitcoin in every measurable way. And I think after the bottom hits that, Ethereum should go and flip Bitcoin.
Dante, I know you had your hand up. I'll let you go, then Wellcoin, then Kyle. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I had a question. Can you guys hear me now? Is it clear?
Yeah, bro, it's good now.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I'll just answer like Wellcoin's question first, and then I actually had a question. So to answer his question, yeah, I think that we are overall, like I said, like there isn't anything really fundamentally that is like showing like any bullishness. But with that said, like I know we have like a lot of like information when it comes to like everything that's just like been said in this call, but I just try to say like what is the actions behind it. Like for me, because it's hard for me to know like exactly, like I may feel that the future may be not so bullish, but I still will DCA just in case that I'm wrong, right? Like I try to look at, all these things that have been said, but what can be taken from this? And for me, like if I'm wrong, I'll just like continue to DCA as I have been, and that's how like we'll tackle it. So if we go up, cool, that's fine. And if we continue to go lower, I'll just DCA. So that's how I really kind of like tackle that. The question that I had was like, how do you guys feel about like the fact that crypto and all these things in the charts and everything that we're seeing right now hasn't really existed through like a global worldwide recession to the likes of what we're seeing right now? Like, how do you, because it's kind of like all like more bets are off to a certain extent because we haven't really, seen the charts and all the history and data don't include like global recessions, especially which will be sensitive to like risk on assets. That's just a question that I just want to ask the panel. But yeah, that's
I want to add on to this question just for the audience to understand. By the way, for anyone that just joined, make sure you follow all the panelists, check the pinned tweets above, and follow the steps. You have to follow all the sponsors as well to be part of the giveaways. But the question that Dante just said is a very important one that I've heard before, is that everyone talks about technical analysis, but we've only existed for 10 years, and most of it, we're too small of a market cap. That technical analysis just doesn't work as well. We haven't had the maturity that equities and other assets have had. Doesn't that make technical analysis less? And I know, Richard, you're not a fan of technical analysis, but doesn't it make it less reliable? You can jump
totally.
in, Cheds. Oh, Richard,
I mean,
go ahead.
it's a 100% factor because not only has Bitcoin not existed during a period of quantitative tightening, but neither have any of the other charts. Neither has the S&P. Neither has real estate. And so everything can show extended downside potential. That's the prey part of 11K and prey. The reason I say the prey part is because that tightening, that quantitative tightening, where the values of everything goes down, could extend the downside where you don't do an 85% drop in Bitcoin, you could do a 95% drop. Now, so that the difference between 85 and a 95, it's an extra 66% drop. And the way that you do that math is an 85% drop leaves you with 15% of your money. So on a $100 bet, you got 15 left, but a 95% drop leaves you with 5. And to go from 15 to 5 is a 66% drop. So, I could see in a quantitative tightening environment, if they continue with that policy and don't pivot, that you could get, $5,000 Bitcoin. It's possible.
Cheds, Michael, Whale, you guys can go because I'm going to go to Kyle and Bullish and Keith. But Cheds, you want to go first?
I'll just be real quick. The TA always matters. If anything these people are saying is true, we'll see it in the price. The price will either hold support or not. It's either going to break resistance or not. People try to overcomplicate this and spend time using fancy words to basically say they think they're smarter than the market. The price knows everything. So yes, I agree. It's a new asset class, which is why there's no guarantee we're going to go 85% and bounce, right? We're already seeing weakening long-term trend, a break in the prior all-time high, and now all this time below the weekly 200. So I think we're heading lower based on momentum. But the TA is just a nonsense argument to say the TA isn't as good. The TA always matters. Only thing that matters, does price hold support or not? Don't overcomplicate it.
Whalecoin, Michael?
Yeah, so I had a question for Richard really quick, and playing devil's advocate here because I'm a huge Ethereum supporter, and I could go on about how much promise it has in the future. But you mentioned all these things, all these attributes that Ethereum has that Bitcoin doesn't, and how it's eventually going to flip it. My question for you, and one of the topics that I had written down that I wanted to discuss with the panel was, what about being censorship resistant? Now, a lot of folks are saying that because, well, once ETH finishes its merge and moves to proof of stake, more than 50% of this ETH stake is going to be stored in Lido, Coinbase, Binance, and with that amount of voting right would technically mean, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but technically mean that if, let's say, the U.S. government decided, hey, we're going to sanction Uniswap and all the addresses associated with that, well, then validators could essentially leave out certain blocks and transactions just because they vote to do so. And so doesn't that mean theoretically that Bitcoin is in fact more censorship resistant than Ethereum?
Dude,
No,
it's
I don't think so.
100%. Of course, that the value prop for Bitcoin is obviously there will never be another proof of work chain with that much security ever. That is the most valuable thing, and no one has ever demonstrated a successful proof of stake chain with that has been with that much volume, that much TVL. To me it's scary as shit. It's a massive gamble to switch to proof of stake, in my opinion. And on my YouTube channel, I made a really good video about how an attacker could attack ETH as a proof of stake. And it would be really easy to do just because of human nature. Go check it out on my channel if you want to, but it is, to me, it makes me nervous, and I kind of wish that didn't happen. I also wish that Bitcoin would have done bigger blocks or dynamic blocks back in the day. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, but I think that,
So,
Richard, for that,
Bitcoin,
never.
I mean, it's a giant misconception. So, first of all, the way that ETH2 is designed, and soon it will just be called ETH again. It won't be called 2 anymore. As soon as the merge happens, it's designed to support millions of stakers. That's the design. And the yields are going to suck. You're not going to make much being a staker. And you've got a full-time job having to maintain a node. And if you don't maintain your node right, or you get a cosmic ray hit your CPU or do a bit flip in your memory, you lose money and you get slashed. And so, it's not risk-free to be a validator. And I don't think that you're going to see, exchanges just throw all of their money into being a staker. There's risk involved. It's not free to do.
There is, but let me give you an example of that. The summary of the video on my YouTube channel. You should still go watch it because it's awesome. But and I go into more depth. But we see Lido, right, having a significant 32%, and according to Vitalik, you only need 33% to start making decisions in the network. And they did that easily, right? So how can you attack Ethereum without putting any of your own capital at risk, other than maybe $20 million or something for a large institution, and make a tremendous amount of money? This is a plan that someone could do easily. You create a competitor to Lido, and you offer really, really attractive interest rates that that are better than everybody else, right? Like way better than everybody else. And people just have, they just have dollar signs in their eyes, and they're like, oh, I'm going to go to this new thing because that's the best interest rates paying out. And so even if the attacker has to pay out of their own pocket excessive interest rates for a while to attract as much market share as it needs to, and then once it does, and even they might even do this from two separate protocols just to appear that they're not the same one, right? But just as an attack. And then as soon as they have dominance market share, open up a massive short on Ethereum, attack the network, not even successfully fork it or anything like that, just enough to where it loses, where people lose trust and start to question the entire protocol. And essentially then you open up your short, dump everything, and dump everyone's coins, and the attacker not only destroys Ethereum but also makes godly amounts of money in this attack, without sacrificing hardly anything.
This stuff never works in the real world, which is why you very rarely see 51% attacks. Because this, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, I guess, okay, why wouldn't it work, Richard?
Sure. So Bitcoin mining, here's the reason that you don't see governments trying to attack the value of Bitcoin networks by making SHA-256 miners. Well, one, they don't have time to bother with it. But two, if they did, these are all socially enforced networks. People would just do a proof of work change and consider the blocks being mined by the bad guys as invalid. And so the same thing would happen in any other proof of stake or proof of work system, since these are all actually just socially enforced networks anyway. As soon as you saw somebody bad doing something bad, you fork out their coins, and then their coins just don't matter anymore, and then they cry. So, like, if you buy a bunch of SHA-256 and then you try and do something evil with it, the network forks you out. If you try and do 51% attacks, like you're like, I'm going to open up a huge short and then attack the network, and then you discover the exchange just won't pay you because they don't have to pay you because they don't like it when you destroy their business. And so the real world economics of trying to perform these attacks always defeats the attacks ahead of time because people are rational in their self-interest. They desire more money. And so you could make more money running your mining equipment honestly, or being a staking aggregator honestly and make a ton of money that way. Or you could try and be spicy and game the system and discover that the exchange doesn't pay you and then all your coins got forked away. And so you just never see it. And not only do you never see it, but it's equivalent. So the same amount of money that you would spend overpaying people to join as validators to your staking network, which by the way is how many mining pools are there in Bitcoin? Like 5. And how many hardware manufacturers are there? Like 2. So if you don't like centralization and consider it a risk factor, you better start breaking up them pools and you better start making more SHA-256 miners because it's the same exact game. Like the same exact method by which you would attack Bitcoin is the same method that you would attack.
ETH is only, Ethereum is only
Ethereum,
33% to start making.
Go ahead, Kyle.
What I was listening to, what's his name? Anyway, one of the Bitcoin core devs, and he was saying that with Ethereum, it's only 33% needed to start making changes on the network, not 51%.
And while Richard, are you connected back with us? While Richard's figuring out, he's on the move. So Michael, do you want to go? Your hand is up, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
But Carl, actually, before Michael goes, Carl, I have a question for you. Do you want to summarize? Not a question, just a request. While waiting for Richard to come back, can you summarize for the audience, especially people that just joined in the last 10 minutes when you guys started discussing this? What are your concerns? And try to keep it as simplistic as possible for the audience to understand. The move from proof of work to proof of stake, the difference between the two, and your concerns and Richard's points on the matter.
Well, so the fact is that proof of stake, it's theoretical at this point. It's never been battle tested on the main stage, and so I don't know, I don't know why. I don't know if it was a social pressure because of ESG, but it really concerns me that the chain that we all think is the smart contract king of the world is going to make an experiment at this step and go away from proof of work, because we know proof of work is secure. We just see, especially with so much money behind it, we've seen Bitcoin, withstand the test of time, and Ethereum as well. And so, and I also believe that if there's if we spend energy on something, like if something is worth spending energy on, and even if it's burning fossil fuels, like it should be sovereign money, sovereign speech, sovereign code, and have that ability. That's worth, in my opinion. Tumble dryers around the world use more energy than the Bitcoin network. So just everyone just hang your clothes up instead of fucking using the dryer. Like that's it. It's not that much. Plus, proof of work incentivizes the most efficient miners. So that means whoever can pay the least for electricity is going to win at the end of the day. And that just means how do you get your energy for free or next to nothing? You gotta be creative about it, right? And so this, I'm really worried about it. I'm genuinely worried about it. And at this point, it's kind of up to debate. There's still going to be. I don't know if Ethereum is going to be the smart contract. The global computer that they want to do. I think even Vitalik has his doubts about it. I watched him on Lex Friedman, and it's scale. Yeah, it just I also didn't like. Okay, so so we also have Blockstream creating Lightning Network on Bitcoin, right? Because Bitcoiners didn't want to. Actually, it wasn't Bitcoiners. It was really the big block guys or the small block guys, the Blockstream people who really wanted Lightning Network, to keep the blocks small. And the argument, in my opinion, was bullshit. It was like, oh, we want to keep the size of the chain small enough to where people can run nodes, because if we do bigger blocks, it'll take up more data, and that's not achievable for people to buy like a terabyte of hard drive space or something. Now, while that might have been true 10 years ago, it's certainly not true today. And so this whole argument is bullshit. Now, where I'm going with this is something quite crazy. I, over my 10 years, being in Bitcoin and crypto, and like obsessing over it, and being involved actively and doing everything I do, and studying monetary systems and the Fed and things like that, and, the cycles of prior global reserves. I've come up with a couple theories. One of them is the introduction of central bank digital currencies. Specifically in this video, I talk about the dollar, and exactly how it will be implemented and what will happen economically between now and then, and kind of give you also a timeline. And so if I am right about this, and I think I am, there's two kind of theories or conspiracy theories I have. This first one, I mean, they both make a lot of sense. But yeah, if you listen to that, if you go watch that video, you will understand exactly kind of how the cycles will last, and then what will happen. And in the video, I talked, one of the key indicators of this theory being correct was my belief that the United States has been working on a central bank digital dollar much longer than they lead us to believe. There's no way in hell that U.S. is just going to sit back and watch China build their digital yuan and just let them get years ahead. There's no way. If anyone thinks that, they're delusional. So in the background, they've been preparing for this, building it. And in fact, I just saw something like a few days ago of an announcement that it's getting close to being ready. So what do I think is going to happen? Well, I think what's going to happen is there's no, that these people are very, very smart, and they know that the dollar as it is today is unsustainable. And so what are they going to do? Well, and they have themselves in the back against the wall right now. Inflation is super high. It's not even 9%. Real world is more like 20% or more. And so they can't print more money because people's wages aren't going up. And so they have to aggressively raise interest rates, so they can. It's all about this narrative, right? The optics and the narrative. So they have to no, my dog is. So they have to aggressively raise rates in order to get the interest rate and have it be able to produce a report that says, okay, now we're in the 2 to 3% interest Fed rate. And like, that is exactly what they want to do. After, they don't really care, but they need it for optics. And so as soon as we get there, political pressure, if there's, with all of the ego from the United States, there's no way that in today's really sensitive times of who's going to be, the dominant country in the world, with China creeping, there's no way they're going to let the economy just collapse for years and years and years and years. Like, there's no way. So what they're going to do, in my opinion, is they're going to essentially, as soon as the central bank digital dollar is ready, they will let the economy collapse, have everyone, in a state, a really, 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 really bad state, to where people are just the worst that we've ever seen by far. But they will come out as heroes and introduce the central bank digital dollar. Along with it, they'll just tell people, hey guys, just download this app, and instantly, we'll credit your account, $800 or whatever. And everyone will be so desperate, they're not even going to think, they're not even going to ask questions. They're just going to be so thankful. And whoever introduces this, even though it's dystopian and completely retarded, like, people will love them, and this person will look like a hero. So in my video, I talk about kind of the path there, and I know that we don't have a whole lot of time. And so the other video I made recently, and they're all relative, they're all very important, these ideas, because of, I think that, like, technical analysis personally is crazy. So not only did you make a good point about the history and not having enough data in history, but the market cap and the liquidity is exponentially less than it is in Wall Street, right? So like, what takes a nation state or mega whales to manipulate the stock market, it takes much, much smaller whales to be able to manipulate the crypto markets, and so it's just easier to manipulate. And so therefore, even though technical analysis, in my opinion, makes no sense, and you're a degen if that's what you're trying to do to make money. So better you just pay attention to fundamental analysis. And in my opinion, there's the best opportunity in ever is right now. We have, I do agree, like with most everybody else here. I do think that we haven't even begun to see the beginning of the pain here, but I know that it's coming. It's coming hard. And so we are correlated to stocks. We are correlated to things like that. So we are going to see a decline. And so what I have done is, I've been quite aggressively selling everything, all my crypto into stable coins, and now I believe is a good time to start dollar cost averaging back into the market. But you don't have to rush, right? You don't have to rush, because it's not like we're going to go much higher anytime soon. In fact, I think what will happen is we'll go a bit lower casually. I do think there's going to be some sort of capitulation event where Bitcoin does go down to maybe it wicks down to 10 or 11K and liquidates a bunch of people. And at this point, what is going on? This is everybody's trying to get your Bitcoin. He's like everybody, and so the combination of people being broke, inflation, not being able to afford things, and the price of crypto, like people are going to have no choice but to sell. And guess who's going to buy up the Bitcoin that's being sold? Institutions, billionaires, countries, things like that. And when they do, then they will let it fly, right? And so like these are two different videos with like, I guess you can call them conspiracy theories, but theories I have. The second one is who is Satoshi, and that is, I've never heard anyone else even propose what I'm proposing, but from a logical perspective, it makes, like, I would love you guys to go watch that and give me your opinion on what you think, and then maybe we'll do another Twitter Spaces and discuss this, because I think it'll shock you, but it makes so much sense. So I'll post those videos somewhere on my Twitter. I'll just make a tweet right now, but yeah, anyway, so it's a mouthful, but
Richard,
anyway,
so Richard, you're back. Before we give the mic to Michael and Bullish, any thoughts on proof of stake and the points Kyle was making? Richard, you there?
I don't know how much of my response was cut off or not last time, but basically the same things that keep Bitcoin safe are the same things that keep Ethereum safe in a proof of stake environment. If you want to attack proof of work, you got to buy SHA-256, and then the network will fork you away and do a proof of work change. If you want to attack proof of stake, you got to get a bunch of stake, and then you got to open a short, and then you got to try and hurt the network, and then you destroy the value of what you borrowed, and then the guys that you open your short with just don't pay you, and you're like, oh darn.
That's you don't have to like the example I gave, Richard, was not putting any of your own money at risk. You're actually taking the retail people, like who are giving you custody of their Ethereum, and so you're risking nothing, right? And then that's how you attack it, in my opinion. And
why don't you just steal their Ethereum and make more money that way, since you're playing fantasy games in your head?
You would do both. Yeah, people would say that fantasy games were the same thing with Luna also, right? But that happened.
Dude, but Luna was a straight up fucking rug pull, dude. Like that wasn't anybody shorting the stock or the coin. That was a straight, they knew what they were doing from the beginning. They were gonna take your fucking money, rug pull. I mean, look how the whole setup was on Luna. Like you could smell that shit from a mile away. That wasn't because of the market or because someone shorted Luna. And I agree to some extent, but to me personally, that sounds like 100% what you said, a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, but look how stupid it is. Do his tactic and then just buy SHA-256 miners and break Bitcoin instead. It's such a stupid idea. Or do his tactic and just get people to join your mining pool on Bitcoin instead, and then attack Bitcoin. Like the concept that you think that this can be done equally applies to Bitcoin as it does to Ethereum. So
Bitcoin's 51%, right? ETH is a lot less. 30, I think, according to Vitalik, who's saying 33%. So it's actually a lot less.
Yeah, I did. I works cited. You're gonna need to actually cite that. I need to see it.
I don't know. I just was listening to, or maybe I was listening to Super Fizz on one of the ETH developers on what is his name? Lex Friedman.
Yeah, but like, how can you have these qualms and then still participate in Bitcoin when it only has 2 mining hardware manufacturers and like 4 or 5 pools max? Like, how can you How's that not cognitive dissonance for you?
Because I think Satoshi is actually very like the people who can basically, I think, I don't want to spoil my video, but yeah, anyways, I think it's the people who basically control the world now.
Illuminati.
I think it was pretty like, yeah, and that might sound crazy right now, but like if you go to my video, it has a lot of like good theory. It's all theory, and I think that might be true just as much as I think a superhero named Satoshi who really had common good at heart. I don't know, but it makes a lot of sense what I explained, and so that's why I would do it, Richard, because either way, no matter what, it's going to be incredibly valuable, and that's why I'm holding it, and because it will be always, no matter who invented it, it will always be permissionless and censorship resistant. Now Lightning Network is not, right? We know that that's quite centralized.
No, but like it's not permissionless at all. You get to suck offshore D and beg for a Bitcoin miner because there's only 2 places you can buy them. And you get to suck offshore D and beg to join a pool because the difficulty is too high for you to mine solo. And there's a lot of begging, a lot of D-sucking. And you want to de-risk, you want to get to a stable coin? Oh, well, you better suck some middleman D so that they can maybe take your Bitcoin for you and maybe give you a fiat credit on their system and maybe not run away with it. And in Ethereum, you don't have any of those problems. You want to get into a stable, you can do it without counterparty risk. You want to trade on-chain exchange without counterparty risk, you can. You want to get out of your Bitcoin, you're sucking middleman D the whole way. Exchange D, miner D, pool D, electric company D. Your lips must be really sore from being in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
I disagree.
Michael, you've got your hand up, bro.
Yeah. Let's switch topics back towards TA. I mean, the initial discussion, what I wanted to respond to was regarding TA in the markets. But if I go through this entire spaces that we are having here, and it's probably just viewing how the entire market are looking towards the market right now, is usually just bearish topics. And I think that if you look at the markets as a whole, we are currently seeing that the worst is most likely getting priced in already. We are into peak energy, we are into peak inflation, we are at the end of a policy with the Fed. Most likely they have to pivot again as unemployment is going up, the inflation is going down, and also trend usually reverses when everybody is expecting more downside. If I go back towards 1 year ago, not 1.5 years ago, the Bitcoin all-time high was reached and everyone, including Plan B, was expecting a super cycle. So in that case, people were expecting only more upside to happen during that period. So now everyone is only expecting more downside to be happening. That's always how it goes. That's how markets work. That's why the topics right now are usually very bearish mindset. Then finally, if you want to learn more about how these markets react with such a high inflation and also with an inflated bubble, you have to go back to the 1930s, which we have called the Big Great Depression, which was very similar to what we have been experiencing nowadays. However, nobody was living through it. How did that end up? It ended up by deflation and by a big crash. So what we saw in the years after that is that we saw a deflated market in which labor wages were going down, products were going down in prices. And what did actually do well during this period? It was gold, as people were not trusting the governments anymore. So in that case, yes, we have been crashing. We could be on the crossroads of another bull run for 1.5, 2 years, and then we get the Great Depression again. After that, Bitcoin and crypto will just surge as people are going to look for outside options, outside of the governments. End of story.
Thank you, Michael. I'm just gonna piggyback on him real quick, Mario, on everybody talking about bearish when they should be bullish. I think a lot of people they don't scroll out, right? A lot of people don't look at the longevity or the big picture. Too many people are so short term because their bag was so heavy, less than a year ago. And it's still hurting a lot of people because people are new to this space, and a lot of people that are new to crypto got into crypto through NFTs. And I think that's what the problem is. It's not really the sentiment of the market. It's the sentiment of those that are coming into the actual space. They just don't know what this is like, right? Us people up here that have been doing trading in TA for 8, 10, 20 years, some of these people up here I've shared the stage with, You know, they understand what's going on, right? You know, obviously we're in a huge inflation, but I don't see really much bearish about the market anymore. ETH went to 880, Bitcoin went to what 1600 or whatever. I mean, those are pretty low numbers, right? You know, and then fundamentally, if you want to go outside of the market and look at gas prices, like I'm in South Carolina, gas bottomed out at $3.15. It was all the way up to 480, right? When where gas bottomed out is where crypto started bottoming out. So you know you got to play the oil fundamentals in. You don't have to just look at inflation. There's a lot of other things besides the news that are technically play out to where you can kind of get a sense of what the market's doing. You know, it's giving you an option to get in right now, right? Is it going to go lower? I mean, there's always an opportunity to go bounce off of a support, right? There's your entry. Just bring up a chart, watch where things bounce off of, watch where they get rejected at, and go back in time and look on the chart, how it plays out. And you can kind of get an understanding of how it's going to play out right now. It's not different than a bull market, than a bear market, than any market. The charts doesn't lie. It doesn't what market you're in. There, like what Homeboy said earlier, there is a support that you have an opportunity to buy in, and there's a resistance you have an opportunity to sell at and or hold if it could break and go higher. So I'm a long term and still short term bullish on both. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin, but bullish on crypto in general. But for Ethereum and the people that I know are big into ETH, I feel like this is the absolute best time to at any point to just be throwing money at it, because it's gonna go higher than what it's at. And if you have an opportunity to get a lower entry, get with good people that know how to read charts and get with the right alpha groups and play it like that. But overall, dude, I think the market is still bullish right now.
I mean, like, does anyone? It seems like when I talk about how everything in Bitcoin is centralized, it just rolls off of people's heads like they're not listening. You guys realize there's only like a couple places you can buy miners, right? And that if you can't buy them from them, you don't get to mine. Is that like not clear to anyone here, or do you guys get it? Is it in your head?
I don't like Bitcoin, so I get you.
Look, it doesn't. I don't like we're digital asset space, like all together. Why are we everyone picking sides? Who cares? Like it does. Like just pick things that have good.
Because I want everyone to sell the limp dick, no gains, weak garbage, slow, expensive, destroy the government, destroy the environment coin. I want them to sell that and buy a better one.
Well, yeah, like okay, whatever, Richard. Like stop being. Like, we don't need to be like so contentious. Like what? Just we're just.
Aren't you the guy that just said that Ethereum was going to go to like zero through the consensus failure? Isn't that your gig?
I didn't. I said I'm concerned. It's a real thing, right? That not me talking about it. Ethereum core devs are talking about it too, right? It's not just me. Vitalik, like. It's a real concern. I'm just bringing it up. I don't think it's going to happen necessarily. I'm just mentioning it so people will be aware of it. So hopefully people start thinking about how to, potentially.
Yeah, but like also, how is pointing out true things about your network of choice like FUD or like bad? Why don't you go start a hardware manufacturer to introduce diversity? Or why don't you go start a mining pool to introduce diversity? Or why don't you try to get an on-chain exchange to reduce counterparty risk? Like, why is me pointing out that somebody else has something better? Why don't you go do a better job and fix it instead of like.
Bitcoin's not my crypto of choice. It's not at all. I love token. I know you do too, Richard. I love token economics. I love creative things. I love infrastructure that solves real world problems. Right? Like we've got systems in place today that haven't been updated in like hundreds of years. Right? Like for example, the civil legal system. And the way that we sign these stupid legal agreements that can never be honored. Right? This is a horrible problem that decentralization and DAOs and things like that can actually fix. I am a fan of innovation and improving the infrastructure and the systems that we use on this planet that would make our life a lot better, right? Like
the reason I made a deal about it is because I scream and cry and beg for people to stop having counterparty risk, and they keep getting hacked and they keep getting into headlines of hundreds of millions of dollars lost. And there's only one solution I know for that, and it's Uniswap, and that's it. And so like,
I agree.
I want more people to use it.
I agree. I'm a fan of layer ones, right? Like I'm not a fan of bridges. I think that they're horrible. And so all these, like building in isolation and trying to say you're going to get liquidity from bridging to another network is just it's a huge vulnerability. And we've seen it play out time and time again. And in fact, the majority of hacks and theft on the network has come from bridges. It's really bad. Plus, all L2s, or not all of them, but most of them are incredibly centralized. I like innovation, right? And I think that the smart contract game still we haven't found out who's going to be the dominant player in that space, and we will in fact.
You know what's so cool about Pulse Chain? You don't have to use a bridge because it launches with everything on the other side already.
Yeah, but
so that's a pretty neat feature.
You have to get, Richard. I'm rooting for you. You know what I mean? Like I hope so. Like because I if it's amazing, then it should be like
until there's tier 1 listings, you do have to use bridges for liquidity. Yep, but OKX says they already want to list it, and thus maybe other people will too.
And I hope so, because I bought a bag early on, and so like I hope it does, Richard. Like for my
I'm just pointing out, like, there's ways to do design parameters better. So like Hex never asking you to authorize a contract to do something means you never have to revoke anything ever. It's more secure. The Pulse Chain having everything on the other side, so you don't have to bridge, whereas you would have to on BSC or Polygon or any of these other things. You have to bridge because your stuff doesn't already start on the other side. They're just better design parameters.
Well,
and I wish more people would use them.
Will I have to, if I build a DApp on Pulse, will I have to use Pulse for gas?
Well, not if you build it on Ethereum first and it comes over in the fork.
No, but I mean, like, will end users of dApps being built on Pulse have to?
If you do it after the fork, yes.
Okay, but that like, so that to me, that's one of the things I like. So why I like something like Polkadot, for example, is because I can build my own blockchain and I can control the economy. I can also subsidize gas costs for the end user, so they don't have to ever pay for gas. And I think if we want adoption for the
but you can use meta transactions to pay for people's gas on any ETH dApp if you want to. You just basically open up a flash loan to pay for their transaction, and it settles and uses your money.
System wide, not a case, not a case by case basis, but like baking it into the protocol to where like every single new user onboarded into a dApp, like they can just be a normal Web2 user and not have to sure they'd have to download like a wallet, but wallets are getting better and like less complicated onboarding. But I'm talking about something where you don't have to have 2 tokens to participate in an ecosystem, or maybe even no tokens, but still have token utility. And until I think that this idea of our users paying for gas until
if you want the price of your network to go up, they need to buy the token. Otherwise, that's like the whole idea. That's why Ethereum goes up, because you need it for gas.
There's other ways to create incentive and rewards and to add value into an ecosystem without having gas. And yes, it's subsidized. So for example, like we're building a layer 1 as well, where any dApp that comes and builds on a layer 1, that they themselves can choose to like have their end users gas subsidized where it's done on the back end. So all the users of the dApp never have to pay for gas. They can just and then there's also creative. I know you might say, well, someone might spam the network, and that's true, but you can also create things like some other people.
How do you scale with that though? Like, how do you? That's what I don't understand. Like, that's the whole point of an Ethereum gas fee, is you pay the fee because you're going to pay it. You're going to pay it, and then that pay goes directly back into it, giving more value into the token itself. So how would you create massive value? I don't understand.
What does that have to do with scaling? I don't understand why the gas has anything.
Because the gas fee goes right back into ETH. It goes right back into the network. If you're doing shit on the back end, not paying a gas fee, I feel like you're taking away a big funding factor of your token that keeps it at stability prices, right?
No.
The demand for free stuff is infinite. You get DOSed. You have to have a fee, or all this stuff breaks.
I know. I'm saying that the fee is paid by the developer, the protocol, the dApp itself. So you can generate revenue from your customers and your dApp, but they don't have to. You actually subsidize their transaction costs yourself as the dApp, right? It's built in. It's hidden, right? But you're still paying gas at the end of the day.
I see what you're saying. You're paying gas, but when they see the fee, it doesn't say gas fee. It's already factored in.
No, they do not have a gas charge at all. So if I am, if I'm a DApp building on the chain that we're building, like my user, then I onboard them and they want to do a transaction, all they do is to sign the transaction. That is still written to the chain, but me as the DApp itself actually does pay the base layer a gas charge. It's just that the end user doesn't see it, and you can generate revenue from the end user in another way, and to actually cover the cost, but they just don't see it, right? It's built into a tax of some sort, and then in the ecosystem some other way.
Ched, I'll give you the mic. I know you've had your hand up for a while. So Ched's, Whalecoin, and then Dante.
Hey, just real quick, I want to address what Michael Vanderpop said. I've been hearing I'm bullish because everyone's bearish since 40K. So it's not like a good argument for me. And just the idea that everyone was expecting super cycle is also not true. You have two guests at least who called the top when it happened. So there's, I just don't like the idea that everyone was wrong then, so everyone's going to be wrong now. I feel like just kind of nonsensical, a straw man type of thinking. I think we just have to look at price versus support and resistance, look at momentum. But otherwise, I'm enjoying the conversation. This has nothing to do with what you were just talking about with the fundamentals. So I'm enjoying learning and listening and being here. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, bro. Whalecoin?
Yeah, I agree with Chad. I'm really enjoying this and learning a lot. I would just push back and say that the number of people and the frequency at which I heard we're going lower at 40K is or rather right now is nowhere close to what I was hearing at 40K. So I'm a bit also in the camp of so many people were screaming 100K a year ago, and now I hear the same amount of people screaming 10K. But at the end of the day, I'm in, I think it was Dante's school of thought where I'm not really concerned now. I'm kind of dollar cost averaging. But the question I wanted to ask, and I think Kyle and Richard kind of set up the framework for it, is the other topic that I was interested in hearing thoughts about. So once, let's say Ethereum moves to proof of stake and everything goes great, and then sharding is introduced, and eventually Ethereum becomes a layer of proofs, and all transactions, or excuse me, a chain of proofs, and all transactions, NFT trades, Uniswap, swaps, everything is executed on highly efficient layer 2 rollups, whether it's optimistic rollups or ZK rollups, that's yet to be seen, but I believe it's probably in the long term going to be the latter. But I'm curious to know what you guys think this is going to do, or rather the repercussions it'll have for the other layer ones. I mean, Solana, Avalanche, Phantom, I mean, you name it, right? So what do you think Polkadot, and I know that Polkadot has, they have parachains, and that's unique technology. I know Avalanche has subnets, that's unique technology. But eventually, if transactions are pennies on layer 2s, what's going to happen to all these layer 1s?
Actually, I'm very curious on this question as well. So just for the audience, what happens? I've always asked, why do we need Solana NFTs? I'm not against them. I'm actually looking at deploying capital there, and I think they have a great community. But if that scaling solution at layer 2s fix the problem of scalability, why do we need other blockchains, other layer 1s? One argument is different use cases. But yeah, Kyle, go ahead. Oh, Scott.
Yeah,
so Scott's on the stage.
So there's Ethereum. Look, this is Polkadot is this, right? It's basically Gavin was with Vitalik, and Gavin wrote Solidity. He was a CTO for Ethereum. He basically created Ethereum largely the dev side of things, and then they built Ethereum. It was way more successful than they probably ever could have imagined, and the network had value on it, had lots of TVL. And while Vitalik stayed behind and said, hey, how do we scale this thing moving forward with all this users? It's really hard to remodel a building when people are still in it, right? And so you have to be very, very careful about it to not destroy and wreck the network. That's why they are moving very slow and very carefully. When Gavin said, hey, look, there's so many things that we've learned from this experience, and rather than trying to fix Ethereum, while it's full of people and lots of TVL, how about we just build something from scratch with a much better, base layer code? Let's look at how do we become, future proof when, to have basically infinite scaling, and how do we allow entrepreneurs, people that want to create really great use cases, but and could benefit from having their own blockchain without having to build their own blockchain and worry about things like consensus and security, just giving them a framework to be able to build their use case and control their own economy, which is what I'm a huge advocate for, which is what I'm talking about, like ease of use and user experience. Like Gavin did all of these things, right? And then created Polkadot and was able to do it quite quickly because, he had so much experience before, massive team, and put it up, right? And now what we're seeing is you're having a network of blockchains that can all, and another big one here is interoperability, right? So like, from like, you can't take an asset from, directly from ETH and put it on, without like a, can't just put it somewhere else without having to use a bridge of some sort. But with what Polkadot is building with XCM, which is basically native communication, throughout different blockchains without having to ever use bridges or have all that vulnerability and risk. That is one of the biggest things in the space that, that is absolutely critical. And there's like, most of these ecosystems are being built in isolation, and you cannot, like, if the metaverse becomes a thing, which we all believe will become a thing, like, what if you want to take your assets from, one metaverse to the other, and it happens to be on another blockchain, right? Like that is very hard to do. You don't have composability. So Polkadot has thought about all these things ahead of time: shared security, consensus, a nice, easy framework that people are building open source code. So, and also this huge network where I don't have to go figure out how to do like a DEX, for example. Polkadex has already done it. And because of XCM, my users in my DApp can use the functionality of Polkadex's DEX without having to like worry about going over to that bridge, and without me having to build a DEX on my own blockchain, for example. So like to me, there's more than just the gas fees, right? There's more than just like the speed. There's a global account of standards, communication, interoperability, and scalability, right? And like, so this is something like, to me, was a no-brainer. And like, I just think that the marketing for Polkadot, hasn't been the best. I guess they just fired their CMO, and I guess they've got a new marketing team on board, which I'm very excited for, but I've done a tremendous amount of research, and while these other things like Aptos and things like that, promise to have all of this crazy parallel processing and da-da-da, it's not battle tested. It's theoretical at this point. And from, I'm not a dev, so I don't know, but from what my devs tell me, my Rust engineers and things like that, they said they're going to run into the same problems that Solana does, right? And while Solana promised all these, instant finality and like, tens of thousands or more transactions per second, we haven't seen that, right? Like we haven't seen that at all. And so it's we don't know. But what we do know with Polkadot is like, it's been up, mainnet's been running for a long time, and ecosystems being built. It's very robust. You got tons and tons of security from all the value that's locked between all the chains. To me, that's the reason, man.
But are people
Thanks,
using
Scott.
it though?
Yeah,
guys, we'll have to introduce. We have Scott on stage. So before I introduce Scott, Dante, I'll give you. I know you've had your hand up for a while, so I'll let you just sum up your final thoughts before we introduce Pink Floyd's Scott, because I'm pretty pumped for this. Go ahead, Dante.
Okay, yeah, awesome. I just kind of want to cover the thing where it's just like, I've been hearing some people on the call talk about like, does TA matter, TA versus fundamental, or this kind of thing. I just want to say personally, like, I actually did get into crypto first for years, understanding like TA, and and this kind of thing. And I would say that it's important to understand both, right? Like, I don't think like TA is completely useless, nor do I think it's everything. I think that it's good to have like a holistic view of, at least if you're not going to understand TA, just at least understand like some basics. Because like for me personally, like I pretty much sold like 95% of like my crypto when ETH was back at like $3,500, and using TA. So I definitely think like there are certain things that you can use, like especially really extreme signals, like seeing like 90 RSIs or this kind of thing, right? So it's definitely useful, but also there is some potential flaws in TA, like for the fact like that we talked about earlier, that TA hasn't really existed through a global recession. Also, as well, that there are certain like black swan events that we may not be able to see, that we just cannot predict these things in the charts. So all that to say is that like we talk about all these if, ands, and buts, what will happen, what may not happen. I think the best thing that you can really do is DCA and not be too deterministic about like the things that you may find in the charts or this kind of thing, because at the end of the day, you may be 80-90% chance of a setup or this kind of thing, but I think it's better to DCA, and I would say it's definitely much more uncertain. So I'm kind of like in the middle with TA, right? Like I understand on a deep level I've used it to make like tons of money and this kind of thing, but also it has some like potential like drawbacks, but I definitely still use it, and I definitely try to understand both. And yeah, that's just something I wanted to touch on.
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. I appreciate it, bro. Go ahead, Kyle. Yeah, you were speaking, man. Kyle, you're muted. Carl, you there? You're muted, Carl. You got to unmute your mic
Oh,
on the
shit,
bottom
sorry, guys.
left corner.
Thank
All
you,
good,
thank
man.
you,
All
thank
good.
you. So just want to say one thing before I tap out, because I know time is limited, but one thing that I'm really passionate about, you know, and after being in the space for so long, I'm obsessed with, and I think it's dramatically overlooked and underappreciated. When you look at potential investments, look for things like amazing token economics. People just build product and they just think there's this token hanging out here doing nothing, right? But like, look at something like Colt DAO, right? The Colt DAO, for example, I fell in love with because it's so simple and it's an autonomous infinite machine that will continue to burn tokens over time, and it's just a matter of time before the supply is basically eliminated. It's a beautiful thing. If you guys haven't looked at Colt DAO yet, it's if you just understand the model, like you know, it's inevitable that thing will continue to skyrocket in value. It's a perfect mix of like memeability but seriousness. Like it's one of my favorite one of my favorite projects in the entire space. And in fact, I have you know, I've been working on different models kind of similar to Colt, but it also has been a big inspiration for me to look at things, how we build and how we do economics as well. Also, another one is like GMX, and like GMX is brilliant as well. And yeah, so I'm excited for for people who are focusing on token economics and how do you create the best economic system. And I know, Richard, you've been big on this for a long time, and props to that. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say that because I think that people don't pay attention enough to that, and it's probably it's the most important thing, or you know, yeah, that's it. So I'm out. Thank you, guys.
I have one question, Kyle.
Yeah.
One question, just keep it quick,
Yeah.
just because Scott is just fixing his audio issues right now. You're pretty bearish in the market. Richard is. I think most people were on stage at least completely bearish or just partially bearish. Go ahead, bro.
I'm incredibly bullish, like like for the scenario right now. Because
But you said, hold on. You said the real pain hasn't started.
Yes, it's true. It's true. But like, if you know now, if you know ahead, then you should be excited because like it just means that prices will even get better. Like I'm incredibly bullish, you know, long term, and that means that like as long as you prepare and you've got some dry powder sitting on the side, that means you're gonna get to buy some of the best blue chips in the world. Like we didn't have this before. In the last crash, we didn't know which projects would have a tech adopted massive, you know, massive crazy cult like communities. Now we know it's like having a you know, looking glass into the future, right? Like we are getting, you know, that like BNB and like Link and you know, and you can see that, and a lot of these projects have already, you know, finished distribution for all the private sales and all this stuff, and so their circulating supply is close to their fully you know, the fully diluted valuation total supply, and it's like seeing into the future. You know, like it's incredible right now, the opportunity that we have here, and that's why I'm super bullish.
Fair. Cool, man. All right, well, Carl, good to have you here. Thanks a lot, bro. All right, everyone. So before I introduce our special guest for the show, I think everyone knows and knows who's going to be coming on. I just want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors for the show today. We've got Grizzly. So Grizzly just simplifies DeFi. I think it's the best way to put it. So Grizzlyfi, they're part of the giveaway as well. And I've tweeted them above. Opus Labs, another sponsor as well. So they're, from what I understood, they're an incubator, or they work with NFT projects. They're launching an NFT collection that gives holders access to whitelisting and drops that they have with their clients. The third sponsor is a fan favorite, Faith Tribe, which is democratizing fashion and bringing fashion to the metaverse, and probably one of the most exciting projects that I'm seeing in the space right now. The amount of building they're doing in the background. And the final sponsor is NFT Tech, which is a public company. I co-founded that company, so just a disclaimer. NFT ticker, and they just acquired a few months ago now. We acquired an agency that is working with some of the biggest brands. And Animoca just invested a few days ago into NFT Tech. So pretty bullish on these guys as well. Again, I'm a co-founder, so I'm included. All right, without further ado, as KK says, or KK, do you want the honors of introducing the next speaker, my friend?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to do it, man?
No.
I'm happy to do it.
No, it's okay, man. It's okay. I need to.
Because I used to play Pink Floyd when I was a kid on my guitar, man. Like I know Pink Floyd pretty damn well, and I know Scott Page well as well. Never met, but I know Scott. So
the only thing I know is we don't need no education.
Oh, it's just cringe, man. That's cringe, bro. That's cringe. Scott,
We
Scott, good to
don't-
have you, bro.
Good job, man. Good job seeing there, my friend. Oh, that's it. Yeah, we don't need any education, but hey, I've got to tell you real quick. This has been a killer conversation, man. I've really enjoyed this, and brother Kyle, I got to tell you, I'm kind of feeling where you're coming from on the global issues. But anyway, this was
Man,
fantastic.
you got to check out my video then, brother.
I did. I hit you up. I want to go see it. Yes, definitely.
Awesome.
Hey Mario, thank you very much for having me, man. I really appreciate being on. And
Good to have you,
hello
bro.
to everybody out there. And I got to go, man. I got to look, man. We got all my Rogue Bunny fans are out there, man. So thank you for coming to the show.
Yeah, I'm
They're all
wondering
at
all
the
these
house.
bunnies are there. Yeah, man. I was feeling special, man. I thought they're coming for me. I'm like, holy shit, I got a new fan base.
Yeah,
but
they're-
obviously it's not the case.
Yeah, they're part of our community. We love them. They're fantastic. They got a great drop going on right now. And actually, we got an event coming up in a couple, on the 23rd here in Los Angeles with them. So thank you all bunnies for showing up for us today.
There's some speakers, whenever they come on stage, they've got a
Yep.
fan base that comes with them. So Richard is on stage as well. Whenever he comes, I see a lot of Hex names in the audience. When you come, I see bunnies. Who else is there? There's whenever a project comes, those NFT projects, I'll see all their faces across in the audience, whether it's Bored Apes or what was it? The D Gods is a new one on Solana. So any speakers that want to ask Scott questions, feel free to put your hands up. But Scott, we've had celebrities on the show before. I don't usually get too excited, to be honest, mainly because it's all right. They're a celebrity, and then what? Everyone knows their name, great, and it's good exposure, good branding for the show. But then what? Like, what questions do I ask them? But that's not the case with you, man. Like you're deep in the business world. I think you're on the board of a public company. No, you co-founded Seventh Level as well. So you work with some of the biggest brands. You've got Think NFT as well, which I'll let you introduce them briefly before I kick it off with a few questions that I have. But yeah, I'm pretty fascinated for this conversation, man, after doing my research.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm a big proponent of the whole NFT world, crypto world in a big way. For me, NFTs represent freedom to the people, especially the artists and stuff right now. They're building to be able to really take control, the power back of the currency and kind of control things. So I'm very excited about this space here. I've been in this sort of in the NFT side of things since about a little under 2 years, just a little bit, almost 2 years now. Prior to that, I've been around the crypto space for quite a bit, but yeah, I'm a business builder. I love it. It's not, my music has been one part of my business, my life, but the second part was I always wanted to build business. I came from a father who was a, serial entrepreneur. We had boat businesses, lighting businesses, candy businesses. I went through all of it. He was also one of the inventors of the wah-wah pedal, which is a famous pedal to this day. So I grew up around that and definitely love the business side of it. Very excited about this. And, we've launched Think Experience is my company. We've launched Think NFT. And so, yeah, we've been doing a ton of IRL events. I produced the events for, we did South by South, Mammoth Film Festival. Then we did some 4 nights at South by Southwest. We then co-produced the events for NFT LA. And then we're partnered up with my brothers, who some of them are on here from Future Shape 360. Great group of people, great community. Anybody out there should definitely check out that token. And we just finished that. And now we're getting ready for a whole series of events coming up. And man, I love this space, buddy. This is incredible. And I think this is the greatest time in history, especially for the independent artist who's been beaten up for so many years.
Yeah, man. So my first question, since we're talking about NFTs, we have 2 shows, one on Thursdays, which is more crypto general. And we've got a lot of these crypto OGs. Many of them don't like NFTs, are still new to the space. We had debates, Richard's still on stage, and we had debates with Richard about his thoughts on the NFT space, the utility. And then you got other panelists like Jeremiah, Bullish, who are deep in the NFT space. They got into the space in the NFT era. No, I don't think Bullish, I think was there earlier, but most of them got into the space in the last 2 years. And they don't really know much about crypto outside of NFTs. So generally the NFT fanatics are on the show on Tuesday, which has been my favorite recently. My thoughts on the space, I've said it many times, so I won't bore you with my thoughts on where I think the space is heading, what I like, what I don't like. But generally, I'm pretty bullish and we're deploying capital there. Yourself, we saw the hype last year. We saw a 95, 99% correction. We see projects right now that are building and, creating value, but they're being ignored by the markets. And we tend to see that a lot in bear markets. What's your take on the markets in general and the recent correction? And are you still as bullish? You seem pretty bullish, so why?
Oh yeah, I'm very bullish. Mainly because of the business models you can build on top of them. Most people don't really realize what an NFT is. They go, "Oh, it's this ape, this graphic. How can somebody spend $1 million for that?" It's much different than that. They're programmable. You can build business models on top of them. It's actually very interesting because I was in the CD-ROM space and built a lot of games and did all that stuff. And I look at these things as the ultimate kind of loyalty program, because it's really the utility and the things that you can build on top of the NFT that makes it very exciting. And I think right now, with this correction, I think is, obviously it's painful as it is, but it's the builders aren't affected, right? I can see that in the community because that's what I love about the space is the community is so on fire. And the builders are out there building, and like we just did Future Shape. The crash was there; it didn't feel like anything had happened. Everybody is still very bullish about building on top of this. But again, for me, this is, I know it sounds crazy. And listen, I'm a tech guy enough to know that there's a lot of issues yet with technology and cross-chain and all of that. But the concepts of how you can build your business on top of these things I don't believe is going to go away. I think the game has started. I'm very bullish on this, and I think we're just going to keep building right now and get ready for this next wave. Hopefully we get through all this crazy global.
I want to ask you about specific things. I'm going to give you examples of NFT use cases. You got to give me your brutal opinion. By the way, we had a whole segment on music NFTs. 2 days ago? It was sick, man. It was insane. Listen to the recording if you want. You'd love it. I swear, it's full of fucking value. One of my favorite spaces. All different use cases of music NFTs, the pros, the cons, because that's a space that interests me a lot. And by the way, anyone that is, I see a few guys on stage, and they were on stage before that haven't got into the NFT space yet. Highly recommend you jump in on a Tuesday show. You'd be interested. Like, we don't just talk about only the PFBs, all this fucking drama and politics and the stupid side of the space, but more about the utility, the interesting things being built. So, Scott, first one. We've got a panelist on stage. His name is Wahid from Faith Tribe. And Wahid, I'll let you explain what Faith does in let's keep it at 20 seconds. And then, Scott, your thoughts on that use case. And then I've got another one afterwards.
Sure.
Okay. 20 seconds. So we've obviously been in the fashion business for 22 years, and we work with independent designers terrestrially, like in the real world. We've worked with hundreds, but now the blockchain actually enables us to work with thousands. And really, in a nutshell, what we do is we allow independent designers not to have to go and kiss ass for Yves Saint Laurent or Chanel or anyone and try to get a job there and try to get sponsorship. Now, like Uber and Airbnb, they've got a place to go where they can access wallets to register their IP, something that cost thousands of dollars before, now costs nothing, or $25. They can mint their NFTs. They can order on-demand manufacturing. They can get scaled purchasing of leather, knitwear, whatever. They can get access to the metaverse, and they can get access to e-commerce sites like Farfetch. So we are basically using the blockchain, and the power of the blockchain is it allows our stakeholders to stake their tokens in order to fund independent designers who usually, don't have the wherewithal to fund a business on their own. So for us, NFTs are very much a physical and digital thing. And I agree that you can build business models over NFTs. So for me, an NFT is not a gimmick. It is a real life physical product that also exists digitally and physically. And business models are absolutely built on those. So, Mario, I wasn't expecting to talk about this, but
yeah, no, I just came up with it on the spot. It's like let me put Wahid on the spot and then see what Scott thinks. And I've got another use case after Scott. But what do you think? It's like I look at it, metaverse. Go ahead, Scott. Metaverse fashion type thing.
Yeah, first of all, I think it's a great use case, and I'm all about phygital. I guess we call it phygital.
Yeah, we phygital. Actually, my CEO thinks believes she formed it, and I believe she's right. And Abrams created the moniker phygital. That's what she created, Fidgicode.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things that people I think really need to understand, at least I believe anyways, we're moving from giant audiences to hives. I always say if you want to survive, you got to build a hive. And so there's this whole model so that what you're talking about, there's whole groups of people that will definitely jump around in that business model because we now have the ability. Because remember, think about it, the three main drivers that changed the game big time: bandwidth, storage, and horsepower. They all kind of hit the power band at the same time, which allows us to have this, the real-time two-way like we're doing right now and stuff. So these changed the whole game, but I love that model personally. I think the clothing area is going to be great. I think that there's, the whole idea of having being able to bring your digital stuff, your physical stuff into the digital world, I think is really an opportunity. And I think you got great business models you can build upon that model for them, because it allows that direct to consumer business, because that's what this is, right?
Scott, what was the quote you said? I'm going to tweet it now. Businesses are pivoting from X to, now something to get businesses are pivoting from X to hives.
Yeah, it says, if you want to survive, you have to build a hive, because that's where we're moving. We're moving into groups. You're seeing that happen dramatically. And what's so beautiful is the model like this. There's a model that Kevin Kelly from Wired coined a long time ago called 1,000 True Fans. True fan is somebody who'll spend $100 a year on you. If I have 1,000 of those people, there's my first $100,000 in revenue. That model now is making sense, because I'm seeing people, like I went to a meetup the other day. There was a girl, she's 19 years old, photographer. She's living off of her NFTs, right? That's a powerful thing. And on top of that, she says, oh, I got into this 9 months ago, and now I pay all my rent. I do all my stuff. So she's living off her NFTs to make a living, because she built her hive, and she's got people that care about her work and support her, right? So that is a very powerful model. And what she also did is she carved off a little piece to her community center and was able to give them 2.5 ETH. And at the time, that was about $10,000. So this is the people's movement, right? That's what I believe, that this is the opportunity. Again, there's still obviously a lot of technical hurdles and things to go. And also, I think NFTs start bringing people, as we've been talking about, brings them in to the crypto world, right? It's kind of a nice way to get. My phone rang.
Oh, you're back. You're back. Yeah, all good. And I want to kind of piggyback on the 1,000 True Fans. We've mentioned it so many times on the show. There's examples of this right here on the show. So this show itself, we've got 1,000 True Fans, a Discord community of a few thousand people that make the show the biggest every week, twice a week on Twitter. Richard is still on the panel. He's got a coin called Hex, got thousands of, I don't know how many fans. Every time he comes on the show, his whole fans come with him. A lot of NFT projects, Kyle has the ape as a profile picture. Ape started with a small amount of fans, diehard fans, that brought Yuga Labs to where they are today. So I think it's a very important you've made, and that's not only in crypto, Scott. It's even in music, man. Like Pink Floyd in the early days. Tell me about the fans in the early days of Pink Floyd before it grew to where it is today.
Well, first of all, just real quick, I wanted to just comment on the thing. I teach a thing called SPACE, Story Plan Army Conversion Education. And the whole idea of the Army, we're now at a point where that's really the core fans. We know now from the data that 60% of your revenue will come here from your super fans, right? So this is what we're talking about, is really the NFT world is your super fan world. So anyway, I love this. I love this stuff. But anyway, let me jump to Floyd. What are the fans? That was one of the most amazing things with Pink Floyd, is because that brand is so powerful worldwide. It's mind-boggling. We used to laugh that our tour pass was like the key to the universe, because you could walk over to a restaurant and they'd say, "Can we get in, sir?" And they'd say, "Oh no, sorry, we're full." You hold that laminate up. Oh, right this way. So it's been a incredible thing in that sense. But we would see, what was interesting about the fans is the parents would be there with their kids, and it's just continuously been a father-son, father-daughter kind of a thing. So, but yeah, the fans were fanatics. There would be people that I would see. We'd get out of our hotel in Helsinki, and there'd be about 100 people standing outside. And next thing you know, I'm in the south of France, and most of those people are standing out in south of France. They'd follow us around for the whole year. So, the fans were incredible. The Floyd fans, it's still to this day, it's truly amazing, the power of that brand and what it still represents.
I think the same applies for NFT projects today. I think you'll see NFT projects that will mature over the next few years and decades, continuously building on their IP, whether it's music, movies, or other use cases, and then their fans will mature with them and then grow from there. And then the cool thing about crypto and NFTs is that being an early fan of Pink Floyd, you just got the pleasure of listening to them and seeing you guys grow to where you are today. Being an early fan of, if let's say you could do an NFT when you started, if you did an NFT that gave people access to your concert, early access to your music, access to you guys, and they held this NFT to constantly get access to you guys or get discounts for concerts, that NFT value will increase as you guys get more and more popular. So what artists are doing now is that allowing their fans to not only be fans, but become stakeholders, or almost like equity holders, value holders on that journey, which is one of the use cases of decentralization.
Yeah, no question. And oh geez, I just had something I was going to say and I just spaced on that. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just
No, man, don't be, you have to learn.
What
You
was
have
the
to learn
question?
one
Did you have
thing.
the question,
You
man?
have to interrupt me, Scott. That's the best way of running the show.
Okay.
Interrupting Mario is like the norm in the show here.
Okay.
Tal, you're a friend of Scott. You're doing a space together. Someone told me, so I'll let you ask the next question. The mic is yours.
I love Tal. Hi, Tal.
Hey, Scotty, what's up?
You girl, that's what's up. Love you, girl. You're the awesomest.
Love you too, man. We're still waiting for you in Nua, in the restaurant to have our show.
Yeah, we're getting ready for that. We'll get that started here. I was going to call you today, actually. So there you go.
I know. We'll talk later. I wanted to say about Scotty, first of all, he's not only an amazing genius musician, but also a businessman, as we all talk here about that. But the beautiful thing with Scott is that he brings a completely different audience than a lot of artists today are bringing younger generation, or they're bringing their fan base. But I haven't seen anyone. I haven't seen a lot, not anyone, but I haven't seen a lot of people who are actually bring kind of veterans or people that are different from different scalas of the music session. And Scott and I have done the Future Shape 360, which is the event that took place in July. They're actually here in the audience as well, and the Meta Noise, who are an amazing people. And I think creating those shows and creating the shows, we had a lot of shows and immersive event that brought a lot of musicians together, very well known. And I think that what it creates a lot of awareness also to those who are not in the crypto and not in NFT at all. And we had thousands of people in that show at the Future Shape. And
Congrats.
I think that that's changed a lot for a lot of people. Also, the way that you create events in the NFT space, and also the way that that you can create mass adoption, and not only by talking about it, but creating experience. And Scott knows how to create experience. And those guys who we're working with, we all created a huge, amazing experience when it comes to
Congratulations,
the NFT. It was
guys.
very different.
Thanks, Tal. Thank you, Scott. You got a lot of fancy. Scott, I've got another question for you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Use cases. So we talked about metaverse fashion. The next interesting use case is hybrid NFTs. By the way, any speakers that want to ask questions, put your hand up. I'll give you the mic afterwards. Hybrid NFTs are like NFT, and it's kind of digital type NFTs. Whereas let's talk about one project. I forgot what they're called. If someone can DM me the name and I can coin something. So if someone from the team can DM me their name. They were sponsors last Tuesday, so 2 days ago. And what they did is they had their NFTs linked to physical players, football or basketball. So let's say there's an NFT linked to LeBron James.
Coinix? The Coinix?
No,
Coinwitch?
on me. ONMI. Yeah. Thanks, man. ONMI is the name. And what they do is they have an NFT that's linked to real life players. So there's another one that has horses linked to real life horses. So if the horse wins in horse racing, the owner of the horse in the metaverse that also has metaverse racing. So it's like a different world, but that is linked to the physical world. That link is really interesting to me. I don't know how they're linked, because that has to be centralized. But that value creation in the physical world impacts the digital representation of that physical asset, whether it's a basketball player, it's a horse. Have you looked at any such? They're not well known. Barely anyone's talking about them. Have you heard or looked at any similar concepts, and does that interest you?
First of all, I mean, all this stuff interests me. I mean, the whole concept of tokenomics is what I find so fascinating about this. Again, what's so great about NFTs is you can build rights roles and permissions. You can hand it over to other people to build on top of it, which is just an incredible model. But yeah, I've heard some of that. I haven't really dove deep into it. But again, it doesn't surprise me. It makes total sense because it's allowed, again, tracking and being able to create stuff around that particular asset in the physical world and bring it into the digital world. Because we all know that NFTs are basically the what's going to drive the metaverse from a currency point of view, right? And so how we're going to basically conduct commerce there. So I can see we've got this world where we're sort of stuck in this what I'll call Web 2.5. Probably not going to be full three for quite a while yet. But that idea of bringing the physical and digital together, it makes total sense.
Can you tell me more about all the bunnies in the audience, man? It says it's called Rogue Bunnies. Is that a project that you're involved with?
Well, I am, just because of the community. I've been building communities
You got another call, man. But there's bunnies
But it
everywhere.
can't
Anyone
respond to my
watching,
phone.
listening to this space. Yeah,
Yeah,
all
sorry
good, man.
about
All
that.
good. Must be a
Yeah.
rogue bunny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the road
What's the
bunnies.
community based around?
Yeah, so the road bunnies are our friends. They're all playmates, and they've got a whole drop that they're doing on the playmates. It's a great group of people, Victoria and them. They're like serious business people on top of it, which is fascinating because you would might not normally think that, but they're doing a great drop. They're in the middle of it right now, and we're actually doing. So we're doing a lot of IRL events, right? We're going to be doing probably roughly around 20 or so this next year. So that's a big area that we're focusing on. And so we're doing a drop with them this next, on the 23rd, they did their drop. We're doing an event with them. So that's how I know them, mostly from friends, community, from our New York event. That's where we met them in New York during our event at NYC and NFT NYC. So yes.
Cool. Shout out to Rogue Bunnies.
Bunnies.
I'll give the mic to Jeremiah, then Jacob X, and then Brian. Jeremiah, do you want to kick it off with a question for Scott?
Yeah, I guess when I think about music NFTs, it seems like people still haven't kind of figured out how to make it stay valuable. Like there was a lot of hype when NFTs popped off last year, and like Eminem came out with an NFT, and like everybody was coming out with NFTs, but to me it didn't seem like it got you like really closer to the artist, and I think that's what people want. Almost like a fan club. They want like, I think if you buy an NFT, you should get some kind of access to that artist that you wouldn't be able to get just by buying a ticket to a show. So then they have a reason to hold on to it, where it's like, oh, you're buying this really expensive digital item, but I get to always go backstage, or I get like a pizza party once a year with this big artist, and I get like exclusive merchandise. I haven't really seen anybody do that. And I think if it became the standard, then everyone would be like, oh yeah, this makes sense why I want to do NFTs. Like it's for my super fans. And maybe you have like different tiers, but yeah, I still haven't really seen that. So I think a lot of people are like, it just seems like a cash grab usually when a big artist does an NFT project.
Remember, NFTs it's all about the story, right? Story is what is everything about the NFT. So NFT. So I always say, yeah, you did your drop. Well, then I say, well, then what? Because these are basically, I consider them the ultimate fan loyalty system, right? It's a way that you can reward people. You can give them tiers of access, but clearly that is really where I think we're going. It's like the utility built into these. So when I buy this NFT, I want it to know that it's got some legs. I've got to have more happening with it. I'm going to get more. And at the same time, will it rise in value? Because, we did the thing about the band. So you can imagine why it's important for these young bands. You sell these NFTs, you have this thing. If they start to take off, it starts to take off for people because of the secondary market. We have the ability to empower our fans now and reward them with money, with gifts, all types of things. And we have our little robot network over here, the blockchain and stuff, managing all those rights, roles, and permissions. Now, again, I'll say one more because there's a lot of blockchain people here. I do understand there's still a lot of issues we got to deal with cross-chain and everything, but the fundamental concept is just so powerful that I can empower my fans to build on top of my project. I'm launching Rock Money right now, which is a project. It's really, its kind of mission is really about decentralization and the power of people taking back the currency, but it's a whole series of rolling, never before seen Rolling Stones photos, a bunch of my Pink Floyd photos, Stone Temple Pilot Scott Weiland stuff, which we're building on. I'm doing it with Arthur J. Williams, who's a pretty famous pop artist. We started it. He puts $100 bills in everything he does. The reason is because he's considered the world's greatest counterfeiter. Very interesting guy. Check out Arthur J. Williams. But anyway, so now what we're doing is now I've been able to pass this on. So the works that we're doing, I'm passing it on. Have a whole bunch of great NFT artists, that are committed to do this. Gabe Weiss, Wes Henry, Warhodl, all of these guys are building. So now we can start building on top of the ones that we've already made. So it's a very interesting process in what we can do now that we've never had that before, that we could actually manage.
Hey Mario, can I just say something? Right. I want to do a shout out for NFTs, but not in a push format, but more in the pull format. Because every time I hear about NFTs, it's always about, and by the way, it's not invalid, it's 100% valid, about creating a story, a narrative, a community, etc. But can I please give you meat and potatoes? It's time for some meat and potatoes. I'm going to give you 3 things about NFTs that is pure meat and potatoes. Okay. Today, if you have a Louis Vuitton bag or a dress or anything fancy, literally no one knows if it's real or fake. And everyone's been in that situation. So, two guys, two women, or whatever, a guy and a woman, like sitting down, like, is that fake? Did she buy it in Turkey or did she get it from China? Like, people know. Now, with a flash of your camera, you can know if that bag is fake or not. Because every single fashion brand is moving towards that. Every single piece that we create physically has
Wrong.
an NFT because of
That's not true.
Because
We're working with Louis Vuitton. I can tell you
Absolutely.
more about it.
Okay.
Dog, first of all, Louis
I'm in the
Vuitton
industry.
pays for me to fly. They fly me to Paris and put me in a hotel for free because I spend like almost $1 million with them just this year.
So what are you disputing right now? I'm in the industry.
If you think that a QR code validates your stuff, I copy paste your QR code and all the fake crap imaginable. What you're saying doesn't make any sense.
What you're saying, Richard, is you're one step ahead, but I'm building baby steps. So I agree with you. Someone is going to figure out the fake and RFID, but I'm telling you that as an industry, we are 100% going to digitizing ownership. So with all due respect, that's where the industry is going.
RFID, yes, but like all my Prada stuff I buy has RFID on it, but there's no app to check it.
You're one step ahead, and you're saying that, oh, I'm going to hack this shit. I'm just telling you where the industry is going.
Hey, ShopX already. They're. I don't know if I can even say this, but they have a like testing the technology already with LVM. Oh shit! Never mind. I didn't say that. But yes. Anyway, ShopX solves this problem exactly, and I can't explain it because it's But guarantee go to the website and have a call with Cyrus and.
Absolutely. The point
done.
I'm trying to make is not that. The point I'm trying to make is that NFTs, and I'm not going to make the other points, but NFTs are becoming meat and potatoes. It's not just narrative, story, sexiness, community. If you disagree with that, Richard, say it. But basically, NFTs are a way of actually delineating ownership in all formats. Now, smart guys like you are going to be able to hack it and all this. Maybe you go to jail in the process. I don't fucking know. But the reality is, that's where the industry is going.
Yeah, I agree. I think what's happening, again, like my partners at Opus Labs, they're really focusing on a lot of these big companies. They're sort of the back end for a lot of like everybody, Gibson, Shure microphones. When you start thinking of NFTs for warranties and NFTs for product launches and all kinds of things, which they're focusing on, it's kind of a different world when you start looking at the business applications of them. So yeah, I totally agree. The meat and potatoes is really the ability to build rights, roles, and permissions into these things and to be able to track what's going on.
Guys, if I can interrupt, because I actually have some news from the future as we are working with a major numbers of high-end brands like LVMH mentioned, but also the New Guards Group with Off-White, Palm Angels, Diesel, Muscle, Mashallah. So we are creating these digital goods with them, and we exactly know what they're doing. Actually, brands have different concepts, and Louis Vuitton accents the digital aspect because they want the digital. They want to have the digital version of their physical items always attached to the NFTs. Other brands, they mostly want to release only the digital goods. We're actually creating some sort of an infrastructure for them that allows like for instance, Kyle has an ape. So Kyle could potentially modify his ape by adding some cool Louis Vuitton shades. And this is the future that we are looking at, because this is something that will be happening in the next couple of months with all these brands that I mentioned. So the future will be really, really interactive. And I'm super bullish because I believe that these brands will bring millions and millions of new users to our space, to the NFT space. Because, well, they've read the McKinsey report. They know that the digital goods market will be worth like trillions of dollars by 2030. And they know that they can have sick margins when they tell people that they should buy digital goods and spend money on the digital goods. But regardless if we want it or not, this exciting market is being created right now by all these brands. So guys, you should check it out. We're doing it at the Trade Swap. If you have a Bored Ape, you can, like I said, personalize it with custom.
Man, yeah,
shades.
hit me up if you don't mind, Jacob. I'm actually interested to learn more. The team will ping you to organize a call as well. Bryant, I'll give you the mic to mention anything or ask a question for Scott.
Yeah, no worries. My name is Brian. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Opus Labs. Working a lot with Scott, and I love this conversation. A couple things. Shout out Jacob. I'm an early investor in Fancy Bears. Love what you guys are doing with the trade swap stuff. Bullish trader. Love seeing you up here, man.
Bro, that's sick, bro.
We got to hang out with Scott at the Opus Labs Happy Hour rooftop event in NFT NYC. Anyway,
That's right.
Yep.
Oh, so I saw you there
what
too.
up?
I think I saw you there too on the rooftop the same day.
Yeah,
I never.
Anyway, guys, yeah, I mean, listen, I know that there's a lot of negativity on NFTs here, and I don't look at them as just digital goods. I really think, and what we're doing over at Opus is helping brands to kind of revolutionize their go-to-market strategies. So it really is a new angle on a marketing or sales strategy for these companies. It's not necessarily selling digital goods, but really creating a new way to engage with your consumers and the fans of your brand. So just wanted to say that, and then Scott, wanted to just chat a little bit about Rock Money and some of the cool things that you're doing there. And, we just got a lot of really cool stuff going on. Just want to hear more.
Yeah, so
about
hopefully
that.
everybody will jump on with, again, Brian's my business partner on this launch, and we're doing this Rock Money launch. So please join the Discord there at Opus. You can find the Rock Money Discord. Yeah, we're pretty excited about this. It's growing pretty quickly. We've got quite a bit of some great artists and stuff that are coming on, building on top of what we're doing. Arthur J. Williams we're getting ready to wrap a Lamborghini that's going to be the Rock Money Lamborghini coming up here. And so we've got a lot of events and things that were happening, and we're hoping to build this movement. We're actually going to, with this portion of everything we're doing, we're going to be supporting the education and decentralization and the power of the people taking back the currency, because I think that's what this really means, and what we have the opportunity right now to basically have that business model where we can go direct. And now hopefully we can get through this before we get squashed. But I think there's just a lot of great stuff coming to this, and I'm very excited about Rock Money. So please join our Discord. We'll start letting you know what's going on with that. And that's basically what it is. So if you're Pink Floyd fans, or you're Rolling Stones fans, or whatever, you're going to see some things you've never seen before. So these will be interesting NFTs to be able to own.
And Scott, a couple of things what somebody else brought up earlier, that a lot of these artist NFT collections have been a flop because they really didn't give access to those people. So maybe talk a little bit about the utility and some of the cool ideas of maybe you'll do tax lessons and things like that.
That's a very, as Jeremiah mentioned that point. Actually, that's a really good question, Brian. Well planted, man. Before you answer that question, Scott, and I want to kind of elaborate on that question. Code words for anyone waiting for the $3,000 giveaway. There's multiple giveaways today. The next two code words are 5 stay 7 large. 5 stay 7 large. Good luck, everyone. Scott, the question by Brian is about the utility. So a lot of celebrities, as Jeremiah said, just did it for cash grabbing. Fine. Okay, good for them. What's the utility that you guys built in to make this sustainable and keep it relevant?
Well, we're still working through a lot of that, but part of the deal is right now it's really about the ability to pass it on and have other people build on top of it. So that will start growing the community, building out the community. And we've got some puzzle games, things that are going to be built into it that we've been working on. As far as real deep, I don't have a complete walkthrough. We're actually working through a lot of that right now. But mostly right now, it's really about bringing on the artists, creating business models for them to actually build on top of this. And then we'll be building, part of it is it's part of what we just launched. We just launched the Syndicate token. And it's kind of hard to explain, but the Syndicate token, think of it like THX or, Dolby. It's kind of a seal. We've got everybody jumping on. We've got the people in Green Rabbit game. Now they're adding our symbols to that. So we're bringing that. So this token will give everybody access to everything what's inside the Rock Money. So all the IRL events that we have going on, access to the artist, different kinds of, a lot of shows that we're going to be doing through this next year. So they'll have access to all of that. And then they also have access to the other communities that we're building at the same time.
Any specific NFT projects outside your ecosystem that are particularly interesting to you?
Yeah. One that I find really interesting is the Gorillas. The Gorillas is basically building a circular economy around in Tulum, where they're using NFTs, where they're cleaning up plastic, and their token can be then used within the community of the different restaurants and stuff. So they've got people out cleaning up taking this token, and then they can go use that token. So they're building a circular economy. So I really like what they're doing there. I think that's one of them. Blackbird Jeans is another one that's very fascinating. What they're doing with future, digital. I guess you would call it future vintage. The idea of basically tagging clothing, unique clothing that has history and has education built into it, but also has the value. They always explain. Imagine if you're going into a store and you find a vintage Pink Floyd shirt, let's say. Well, that shirt. It's great. I found a vintage shirt, but imagine if that was an NFT shirt that had token, had history, and you were able to track all that. So there's value in that. You can actually keep the value in the clothing. So, and they're doing things, again, it's education, tying clothing and education together. I find those two projects very interesting.
Cool, man. And before we, actually, the next segment is going to be about guilds. That's the final segment of the show. Guilds have been something I'm particularly interested in. They're essentially. Have you heard of gaming guilds at all, Scott?
Gaming guilds, no.
Perfect. All right, I'm going to explain to you the concept. Would love your raw thoughts on it. Again, it's a concept I'm extremely bullish on. Could be wrong. So you probably heard of play and earn games or play to earn games, which essentially you go into a game where you buy the assets, which are NFTs, so you can trade them on multiple marketplaces. You buy the assets to be able to play the game. That's evolving where you can play the game for free, but the assets allow you to have a better experience or higher likelihood of winning, etc. Same way if you play basketball, you can buy better shoes to play better, or you can have a better basketball, a better net to train better, etc. In the physical world. In the digital world, you might be able to buy NFTs to allow you to become a better player or different experience in the game. So there's a cost barrier to play those games, or at least to play and do well. Now, guilds have existed before play to earn games or play and earn games. Essentially just a group of guys playing together. But in the crypto space, those guilds are essentially buying the assets in the game. And we have a guild at NFT Tech, and at IBC we don't have a guild, but we have a lot of in-game assets. So you buy those in-game assets, and then you lend them to people wanting to play the game that don't have money to buy an Axie to play Axie Infinity, or a spaceship to be able to conquer a planet and see the heroes. Well, the list goes on. I'm just making examples up. So that's a use case of NFTs that we've talked a lot about. We've talked about in-game NFT significant. I think it's one of the most exciting spaces in crypto right now. And there's flaws within the space, but there's a lot of potential as well. How does that sound to you? The NFTs that allow you to play a crypto game, a decentralized game, and then guilds owning those NFTs and lending them, almost like a bank, lending them to players so the players can win, and then they split the profits.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? That makes total sense in this, with the power of being able to use NFT. I'm a little concerned about the play to earn. Are we going to just have a bunch of people around playing games to make money, or what happens to the people that need to work and get some work done, right? But it's a fascinating space, and again, coming out of the gaming area, you can see how that'll change the game, right? Because now people can actually earn some capital out of that, and I'm actually. There's a group that I was, I'm just trying to think right now, I was talking to about this, that are obviously helping people over in Africa, people that didn't have, giving them an opportunity to create and build revenue through this. So it's definitely an interesting play, and the idea of lending assets and being able to do that, that's one of the beautiful powers of this, right? You can actually have value. Whatever you attach that NFT, all of a sudden has value, right? It's got value.
So you asked a really good question. While we bring up the panelists for the final segment, and I'll bring Kyle back up, what would happen to people sitting there playing a game the whole time rather than working? So what I see the space evolving to, and I've been speaking about this for over a year now, is like the founder of Good Games Guild, of YGG, Yield Guild Games, the founder of Animoca said something. He said, life itself is a game, the game of life. Okay, I know it's getting very theoretical here. And gaming and real life are starting to intertwine. So right now you're playing games that have no value. But what if you start to play games that are linked to real life value creation? Or what if gaming is now linked to education? So now you've got the concept of gaming and earning money linked to other aspects that we consider valuable, like kids playing a game and learning about history or whatever it is. And this is a very nascent example, but what I mean is that gaming and real life intertwining.
Absolutely.
And if you don't, okay,
yeah, absolutely. Cool. I think we're going to be walking around. Everything's going to be gamified. We're going to be walking up to things, NFTs everywhere, and we're going to be interacting with them. Right? That's the thing. You can see it. It's going to be everywhere from my point of view, because it allows that gaming ability. So now I can put gamification on things that might be in the physical world. There's no question that's an area, and I think it's wonderful, but it also concerns me too. I'm a little concerned about the power of NFTs to manipulate people, right? And that's an area we've got to be very careful of from a power point of view, because I think we're seeing what happens when the people get manipulated. We're seeing it right now, right? We're watching how people can't talk to each other. The algorithms are basically controlling people's minds and getting them to believe things because they're getting fed specific things where other things they're not getting all the information. So we're seeing that type of behavioral thing where they're using behavioral science to kind of, manipulate people. So I want to be very cautious about NFTs because we've got to be careful so that they're used for good and not necessarily used for bad. I think that's where the people have to stand up to make this stuff happen, right?
I'll get Avocado DAO's already on stage. Guys, did I explain guilds and NFTs and game NFTs well for Scott, or maybe you do a better job at explaining it?
Hey Mario, thanks for having me. So I'm Brendan, the founder of Avocado DAO. We were the largest gaming guild, Web3 gaming guild of 2021, with over 11,000 scholars at the time. And I want to say that one thing about gaming guilds is, first of all, it's very new, just like everything discussed here. We exist not just to provide NFT lending, playing opportunities for a lot of different people all over the world, but it's actually to educate the newest generation of Web3 users, especially in areas where gaming is emerging. This whole utility of NFTs in gaming is new, and it's actually benefiting a lot of these people's lives, especially during COVID as well. That's one thing. The second thing I want to also note is, yeah, you're right in the sense that the tokenomics model currently doesn't quite make sense. Where is the value coming from that everyone's extracting? But we also need to understand, it doesn't make sense that a bunch of kids are playing games all day to make money. And how does that work? Who's actually doing the job? But if you look at what we do right now, like I come from Australia, and the gig economy is pretty big over there. There's a lot of stuff people do these days that didn't make sense 10 years ago. A lot of stuff people do online, all these influencers, this didn't exist before. It was all enabled by technology. If we are really to kind of embrace NFTs and the use cases built on top of NFTs and the representation of work done digitally without assets that we want to view in reality with some link, it makes sense to me that eventually this will evolve into a situation where perhaps you do need work done online. And these NFTs can be representations of work done, or they can be NFT gated for people to have access to other people's digital work that they need completed. So I just want to draw attention to two of these main points.
No, listen, it's powerful. That's the beauty of it. In the right hands, it's unbelievable from an educational point of view, what you can do with this. The question becomes who's controlling it, right? And what kind of things are we doing to lure people in to make them do things? So as long as we have conscious people working on things that are beneficial, I think it's phenomenal. Because you're right, it's a way to get people in. It's a way to really create value about inside these games. So yeah, definitely very cool.
You see, a lot of people, a lot of people think that GameFi is not working, play to earn's not working. Play to earn itself is just a term. GameFi is just a layer that a lot of these NFTs and guild and infrastructure works on top of. It's true that everything is very nascent and the way things are done in this tech space is quite rudimentary. But that's expected when you're trying to decentralize anything and when you're trying to bring a new technology to life. And that's where adoption comes in. And, good actors will come out, bad actors will get weeded off.
Right. Yeah. So again, whoever controls the algorithms wins. That's why I'm so big on the concept of decentralization. And what I mean by decentralization, from my point, there's things that need to be centralized. There's just no question it's for me, it's more about it could be a lot of centralized systems, but I can jump from one to others where if I don't like this group, I can go over here. Just sort of like how our country's built. We got you got the federal government, then you got the states. as long as the states, the way our constitution, everything works, we're decentralized in that sense. We're spreading it out. But then you could say the states are sort of centralized, right? But I think that model is where we're going to be headed for there.
Cool. All right, well, Scott, first, I wanna just give you massive props, man. Again, when we get celebrities coming on stage, it's rarely, and not rarely, we always make it interesting somehow. Michael Bay's discussion last week was pretty sick, but this one was very relevant, which I really appreciate. So, man, congratulations on what you're doing in the space. Appreciate the discussion, appreciate your time, man, and I think the audience loved it as well. Good luck with your NFT launch. Any final words for the space before we get into the into gaming guilds?
I just want to say I want to high five everybody in this space for being in the game right now. It's a small world we're in, right? This is a very small group. And so I just, we got to build, we got to onboard people, we got to get people to understand what this is. And I think it's really important because, again, this whole concept for me really represents freedom for the people. And so I'm high-fiving everybody here because we're the people in the game. And there you go. That's my spiel.
Oh, man, pleasure to have you. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, bro. Thanks, Scott,
awesome.
man. You're welcome. Welcome back anytime, man. Welcome back anytime.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. So Avocado Guild just dropped out, so I'm gonna bring them up. Could bring Kyle up for again a gaming guilds for the audience before we kick it off. And I'll get Whalecoin to also. Sorry, missed your hand up, bro. So I'll give you the mic right after. But gaming guilds is again a space I'm very interested in. I think everyone's looking for the next bull run where the money's going to flow into. Is it going to be ENS domains? Is it going to be music NFTs? Is it going to be tokenized watches? In-game NFTs, which is the space that we're looking at, very interested about. These are discussions that we have in those spaces are based on that. For the Avocado Guild guys, just a heads up, your mic isn't great, so I'll give you like a bit of time before you speak just to fix it. And shout out to Grizzly. Simplifying DeFi. I'm going to pin their tweet again in the space above. For the $8,000 giveaway, you have to follow the freaking panelists. It's very, very important. You have to follow the panelists and the sponsors. So Grizzly, DeFi, we're interested in have a talk with them afterwards. Guys, Grizzly, thanks for sponsoring the show. We want to chat to you afterwards about potentially working with you guys because, first look, what you guys are doing is pretty cool. Opus Labs, you guys are sick. Thanks for bringing Scott on stage and what you guys have done in the space is pretty damn cool. Good luck with your NFT launch. I don't know if you minted it already, the Maestro's NFT collection. You haven't released it yet. So good luck with that and congrats on the project you're working with.
I just wanted to throw one thing about Opus real quick. Opus
yeah, please, man. Go ahead, Scott.
You guys got to take a look at Opus because what these guys are doing. This team is extraordinary. And I just reach out to everybody because I follow a lot of this. Because one of the things real quick in this space, it reminds me back in during the days when we were at CD-ROM where there's a lot of builders, people making shit in the garages, the cyberpunks they're building. But it's what happened is when a certain amount of these business people came in and really started to make it happen. And that's what I love about Opus. They're very serious about what they're doing. So I'm a big fan of Opus Labs. And I think everybody should definitely check out their token and join our Discord. So we can do our little rock money hang. All right, that's it. That's my spiel.
Thanks, Scott. And I want to give the same enthusiastic shout out to Faith. Faith Tribe is another sponsor, the third sponsor of the show. They're bringing metaverse fashion to the metaverse. They're also creating other forms of utility. I think he hinted on one for their token that they have already listed. And they're democratizing fashion as well. And Wahid's on stage with us. Wahid, you still there, bro?
I'm there, buddy. I'm there.
We have dinner right after this, man. You're excited. We're in your favorite restaurant. And then we have NFT Tech as the final sponsor. NFT Tech is a final sponsor. It's a public company. I co-founded the company. It acquired one of the biggest metaverse agencies in the space, founded by the chief of partnerships at Decentraland, Adam Decada. And they work with some of the biggest brands. Honestly, the biggest, like things like Australia Open. I think Elvis Presley Estate. They just announced it. And we're pretty excited. Animoca just invested in us as well. So NFT Tech is the nfttech.com. Otherwise, guilds. That's a topic that I'm really interested in. Everyone in the audience, I think. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I was supposed to say to Scott before. I don't know if he's leaving soon or not. Just real quick touch on the analogy of democracy, and he said something at the end there that if you don't like it, you're free to leave. That's unfortunately not true when it comes. That analogy is not true when it comes to the states. We don't. agree with essentially the things that are going on there, but we aren't really free to leave. Only those who are very financially well off can then potentially consider to exit, and then even then you have to pay this huge exit tax. And but just like really interesting, where my dream, and I know I'm not the only person who's ever thought about this, but because there's been people like Peter Thiel and Patrick Friedman and Seasteading Institute who have all had this dream of an idea where like we had sovereign nations created around the world, where there was some sort of decentralized governance model where citizens were free to come and go as they please. And imagine a world like I don't know, maybe this happens in 100 or 200 years where where we can actually have and hopefully sooner, but imagine a world, this is a complete paradigm shift. Imagine a world where we did have maybe hundreds or potentially even thousands of micronations with each independent governance with all different types of theories and things like that. And because we're all different, right? Some people love rules and order, and they can't live without that and love that, right? And there's people like me who thinks the only rule should be like don't hurt anybody, and like like that's pretty much it. And so like but imagine a world where these different nations were actually competing for their citizens, right? Like because they could leave without any penalty whenever they want. So if the government was actually like lying during their campaigning or whatever, people could leave. And now you live in a world where governments would actually do what they say and be held accountable. And that's imagine that like oh move to us because we've got like these 1% tax, and it actually goes to like something really great, and we're doing everything's on blockchain and honest and transparent and open and blah blah blah. Like this is where I dream that our civilization becomes one day, because that is a completely different paradigm shift to today, where you're born here. I don't care if you like what we're doing or not. You're still going to pay your taxes, and you can't leave. And if you're unfortunate enough to be American, like you can not be there, but you still have to pay taxes no matter where you are in the world, no matter what. It's insane.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, I think what I was talking about, just the ability to not have everything on one system. If it's on one system, that's where it becomes a problem. At least you have no way out. But yeah, I agree. You can't run away completely from everything. That's for sure.
Yeah, it would be nice if you could, like,
sure.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, Whalecoin, I'll give you the mic final, just for any additional words you want to say before we go to the guild's discussion, because I'm pretty excited for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, I wanted to talk about crypto gaming. I don't like to call it play to earn. I just think that the whole tokenomics model still needs a lot of work. Scott, great to meet you. I really just wanted to say that people are going to continue playing video games, and the rate at which people play video games is increasing every year. I do believe the next big flood of money that comes into this market whenever we go into a bull mode, or even not, is going to be crypto gaming. It is going to be in these again, for lack of a better term, play to earn ecosystems. I can use this analogy. I use it often. I was a World of Warcraft gamer back in 2005, and I've played the game on and off since then. If that game, for example, I don't think that these games need to be made for people to necessarily accrue wealth or income. I think the games are supposed to be made to be fun and good, like World of Warcraft was. And as a result, as icing on the cake, you accrue items, rare items, legendary items, which then you have ownership of. Because right now, the way the model exists now, whether it's Fortnite, whether it's EverQuest, whether it's World of Warcraft, the account belongs to you technically, but everything on the account, if, for example, Activision wanted, could seize it and keep for themselves. And so the idea is that if a game like WoW was on the blockchain, if players had been playing this for the last 17 years and they have items that are dated back to 2005, those actually have, they would have, if it was that way, a tremendous amount of value. And I do think that there is something to be said about taking all these people, kids, adults, that are playing video games and trying to, or rather allowing some sort of economic value to be extracted from it and integrated into the world economy, for lack of a better term. And I do have I do have thoughts on guilds as well, but I'm not going to hog the mic for too long. I'd let you guys respond, and I can raise my hand again.
So I'll talk before I give the mic to. I'm going to kick it off with. Where are you guys? Blockchain space. Kick it off with you guys. But just for the audience, a general overview. I've talked about what guilds are. The concerns with guilds is that it's not concerned really with guild. It's more with the play to earn concept, which I know it's a term that many of us don't like. It's like you can't join a game, and that's what you were saying, Whale Coin Talk. You can't just join a game purely to make money. Because it's just not sustainable. Becomes, starts becoming Ponzi scheme-ish. But if you join a game for enjoying the game or signaling, there's signaling aspects within the game, socializing aspects. Then there's other, there's people that will join that won't make money, but they'll have other benefits from that game, and that's where the money comes in for the people who are playing to earn money. So that's just a general overview. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I'm not as smart as I'd like to think. So blockchain space. I'll give you guys the mic. Thoughts on the space. And by the way, Astra and anyone that wants to speak, feel free to jump in or put your hand up anytime. But yeah, guys, kick it off with your thoughts on the space. Did you guys pivot during the bear market? And anything else you'd want to add?
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, your mic is pretty dope.
Awesome, man. So this is Peter Ing, founder of Blockchain Space. I'm actually calling in live from AxiCon in Barcelona. So I'm literally here with about 1,000 other NFT game players. We've just been getting updates on like the new Axie kind of like updates and how things are kind of developing within like the actual gameplay itself. And a lot of what you guys just said was like resonating as you were saying it. So like things like the shift from like play to earn to not being a very sustainable economy. And now, Axie just, announced in the keynote speech earlier that, they're shifting to play to own, which is more about this ownership economy, which is what NFTs basically allow, right? And that reminds me of something that we do in the space, which is we were the first ones basically to aggregate a lot of data over different guilds across the world to see basically what drove that Axie adoption in the last couple of years, right? And we actually mapped out 24,000 guilds around the world, and 97% of them were very, very small guilds. We call them micro guilds. So they're less than 100 people in a Discord server, around 20 players. And it's basically these Discord servers, they brought in like their relatives, their friends, and like that's kind of like how adoption happened, right? So you can imagine like around 24,000 of these like Discord servers suddenly appearing over the period of like 8 months, and friends, family getting like recruited into these Discord servers, and then proliferating like education and onboarding into the space, right? And so we're seeing like what's happened now with this. So what play to earn or play to own basically created was like it, especially because we're based in the Philippines and we've seen this like firsthand, is like these guilds. What happened is like a lot of them started with absolutely nothing, right? They had no money, but they played for another existing guild who loaned them the assets, right? And then when they were able to like get the income from those assets, they were able to like buy their own assets, and then they became guild owners themselves. So what would happen is from all the earnings that they have they were accumulating from their own assets, they were able to like, multiply the number of accounts. So suddenly you go from one account to about 20 accounts, and that's what we call a micro guild now, right? And that's like the vast majority of where the adoption happens. And if you think about it in the developing market term, right, then these people literally went from like, zero capital injection to suddenly owning these assets and becoming like small business entrepreneurs, like small business owners, right? And that's what the ownership economy is all about, right? Suddenly they own these digital assets that actually can create yields in the future. But then also like now with like Axie's new mechanics that they just, announced is, the more time you spend in the game, the more you level up those assets and the more those assets become valuable. And that's all about the play to own economy right now.
Avocado Guild, go ahead, man.
Hey, Whale, I just want to add a really quick note about what you said. So I'll give away my age by saying this, but I played World of Warcraft in 2005, and I was a guild leader of 200 people. We were the first. we were the first on our server to raid Ragnaros, a molten core, and defeat Ragnaros. And I just want to say, like, I know that people question the sustainability of guilds and all that kind of stuff, but let me just highlight something to everyone. Back then in World of Warcraft, heaps of people played the game. Think about how much money World of Warcraft made. And then think about the fact that these people subscribed and paid monthly to play that game.
Yo,
and
guys,
in that
sorry,
game,
just quickly. Holy shit. The Queen of England just fucking died. I know it's completely irrelevant, but it just came out of nowhere. Shit. Didn't I know it has nothing to do with what we're discussing, and you know, she's pretty old, so it's not like a 10-year-old just passed away, a 10-year-old celebrity or something like that. But yeah, that's fucking insane. Sorry, I just had to interrupt it because a lot of people were just DMing in the group on Discord. So yeah, our thoughts with the fam. Yeah, man. Sorry to interrupt you with something completely irrelevant, bro. So continue, man. Please, sorry.
no, seriously, that's a bit of a shocker. I quite liked her actually. I'm from Australia.
Yeah, man. Exactly. I'm from Australia too, man. Like I lived most of my life in yeah, man, in Melbourne. So like the Queen of England in the US, I don't care much. In Australia, she's like. You know, Trump to the US is the Queen of England to Commonwealth countries, including Australia and of course England. So it's a big thing, and it's inevitable. But fuck it, like it's she just went to hospital and then a day later she's out.
96 years old.
96. That's fucking insane, man. Jesus. Yeah. Cool, bro. All right, man. Anyway, so if, I hope I didn't, you know, you didn't forget what you were saying. Go ahead, man.
I'll try and keep it short. But as I was saying, back then in World of Warcraft, it's a game that made shitloads of money. Everyone loved playing the game, and they paid to play this game. Subscription model every single month. I paid for like years. And then think about the fact that there was a shadow economy in that damn game where there were these farmers farming gold, and you could buy the gold to buy yourself a steed. And when you were done with your game and you wanted to sell your character, you'd have to then go sell your character on eBay for like $600-700 to a shady guy in the corner of like, I don't know, Ironforge or something. So the economy already worked back then because there was money being generated because the game was actually fun. The funny thing is, if you look at Web3 gaming and just strip everything and look at the technology and imagine if World of Warcraft had that technology, would it have benefited the game? I think that's a very easy and simple to understand example.
So the point there that you just made about allowing the tradability, and if I got it wrong again, my mind just kind of skipped, but the tradability of assets as one of the, so just to confirm, this is one of the use cases of NFTs within a game, yeah? Because earlier you didn't have those marketplaces to be able to trade those assets.
Yes. To highlight
what is that? But why does that need to decentralization? Can't you have like a? And by the way, anyone could jump in our space. You could jump in and speak anytime. So Path, Dow, Whale, Ancient 8. You can Astra, guys. You can just jump in and speak or put your hand up if you prefer. But yeah, so what is that really a big selling point? Like, can't you do that on a central marketplace launched by the game?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can do that in a centralized marketplace. But I just wanted to highlight two things. One, it would make the transactions much more transparent. That's one thing. Second thing is, I was highlighting the fact that there were actual farmers already working within an ecosystem where everyone had a job. There were some people playing the game mainly for fun. Majority of them was, but there was also a bunch that was just farming, and that already worked in that particular system.
What are you saying? Play to earn was already there during centralized games, correct?
Correct.
The idea of it was there, right? When by the way, Avocado, I sent you a DM. We probably know some of the same people based on what you told me. But the idea is that this already existed, but it existed in, like Avocado said, a shadow economy where if you were caught buying gold, for example, you would get banned. If you were farming gold to sell, you would get banned. And so why not take all those components, right? Take like Avocado said, strip away everything that you know about crypto gaming today, because it's in its infancy. Most of these games aren't good. I'm sorry, they're just not. I have my own guild and scholarship program, and it is nice. I think it was Blockspace that was speaking. It is nice, the idea of being able to help a bunch of people, you know, build some wealth through Axie, for example, and buy their own assets, and then they can become their own guild leaders. But there weren't enough burn mechanisms for SLP. There wasn't enough in that ecosystem to justify such a high price for it. So at the end of the day, certain people lost a lot of money as a result. I think the the idea is once you can get to a point where you're able to build a game like World of Warcraft and you're able to put it on the blockchain, then it creates a lot of one brings ownership back to the players, and two, in that shadow economy can be put on a decentralized marketplace where everything is happening transparently, and the owners of the game are earning some sort of, I don't know, percentage or cut from all the transactions that are happening. So if the players are making the game so successful, I mean, obviously the developers have also built it out, but if the players are the ones that are making it so popular, why shouldn't they get some sort of ownership of it?
Yeah, our point of view here, right, is to actually take a step back, because I think what we're saying is play to earn is actually a subset or actually a consequence of what blockchain gaming or the promise of blockchain gaming is, right? So I think the way to look at this is actually through the lens of a business innovation. And I think we can always double back, right, to like 30 years ago, like how games make their money, right? And I think that's true, like the sales of CDs, DVDs, and it's a one-off purchase that gamers make, right? But then the beauty about this gaming space was the business innovation model evolved when League of Legends or Riot Games brought in a microtransaction models like 10 years ago, right? So what they did was they realized that, hey, look, instead of monetizing at point of sales, why not make the game free? We monetize from microtransactions in the game. Now that business innovation model effectively skyrocketed the revenues of game developers. And it was then only we actually started to notice gaming companies actually making their way to like the top 50 companies in your stock markets, right? So I think that was the second innovation model that happened, right, in the entire gaming space. I think what blockchain gaming is actually doing, it's this new wave of innovation model where instead of value accrual directly to developers, right, instead of a user paying his for a loot box from the developer, like in PUBG, right, you have to pay $10, right, to open a loot box, and you pay 10 cents that money. Instead of that, right, the whole idea behind blockchain gaming and the whole thesis around Web3, it's about accruing value back to the users, right? What this works is effectively instead of buying a loot box from the game developer themselves, the game is designed in a way where as you game, you find a loot box. And if a gamer wants to buy a loot box, he has to buy from another gamer, right? In this way, what's actually being created is a economic flow between gamers and gamers, right? So effectively, instead of a game developer taking 100% of the revenue from a gamer, he's actually only taking a 5% cut because he probably taxed the entire economy, right? But the beauty of what Web3 does is that the average revenue per user will actually start to multiply, because right now as a gamer, when I come into a game, I'm not seeing my spending in the game as an expense. I'm actually seeing my spending in the game as a potential investment, or at least a liquid holding that I can actually let go when I want to leave the game. So what happens is instead of spending $100 in a game, like a typical ARPU, right? A gamer will actually start spending 5 times that, 10 times that, right? And because of that, your actual realized average revenue per user in this new Web3 economic model suddenly doubles or triples, right? And hence you start seeing like that impact on revenues from game developers. And I think this business innovation model, right, contributes two major things, right? One, you increase the revenue for game developers, and two, now gamers themselves actually get to experience a portion of this revenue coming from gamers themselves. So I think that these two key things is something that is actually attracting this massive adoption, right? Not just from players who's trying to farm in the games, but you'll see that today a lot of game developers from Riot, FunPlus, Tencent, all these guys that are jumping over to start their own Web3 games because they realize this is the next innovation model or the next way of how actually we see massive games being created and being funded by gamers themselves.
Go ahead. You can just jump in, guys. Ancient 8, and then blockchain space right after.
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is
What's up, bro?
Justin, community lead from Ancient 8. Really great to be here with you guys. Thanks for having us here, you guys have brought up some really incredible points already thus far, especially Avocado bringing up the point of how gaming is really, we see gaming at Ancient 8 as being one of the biggest onboards for Web3 in general. We saw this with the big Axie boom, the amount of wallets being created and the amount of people doing their first transactions on the blockchain via gaming was absolutely massive, and it's why we also believe that during the next bull cycle, a huge portion of the onboarding will come through Web3 gaming, especially as a lot higher quality games start coming into the market. But one more innovation that I think we're also seeing in the play to earn space is that it's also transitioning from a space where everybody joins a game and everybody has a right to earn something from the game only because they purchased an NFT. That's obviously not a sustainable model. But what we are starting to see games start to do now is transition into a skill to earn model where really the highest skilled players in the games are typically the ones that have the higher earning potential, as I'm sure a lot of people would agree it should be.
So I have a question for anyone that has their hand up. Before okay, so we got Blockchain Space, Astra, and Manny with their hands up. But I've got a question for you guys. So you can either answer this question or touch on the point you had in mind when you put your hand up. Is that I want to know what are the flaws, unless you speak openly, what are the flaws that need to be addressed, not with the concept of guilds, because I'm bullish as fuck. Before I deploy more capital than I should in play to earn or play and earn gaming, looking at blue chips, what are the concerns in the space? For example, someone mentioned a few weeks ago when we had a whole segment on this, and we had all the top players. We had Axie there, Cedus, we had Star Atlas, Big Time, I think was there. I can't remember. The assets, if they're too expensive, because you want to make money, you buy an NFT. Obviously, the NFT doesn't really have to go up in value or up in value too much, because if you have scarcity, that could limit the amount of players coming in. So then you've got that balance. All right, if I create scarcity, the value goes up, the NFTs. But if I don't create scarcity, then I get more players. Is the value accruing in the NFT assets or in the token? Feel free, Blockchain Space, you can jump in first because you had your hand up for a while, then Astra, then Manny.
How do I raise my hand?
Oh, Kyle, yeah, I'll let you. So right up, yeah. So anyone, Blockchain Space, I'll let you go. You can raise your hand by I can't raise it because you press that love heart at the bottom right, and then you press that hand at the far right. Give it a shot, Kyle. Oh, there you go, got it. Blockchain Space, go ahead, man.
Thanks, man. Peter here from Blockchain Space. One thing, like a couple of you guys already touched on, is basically this paradigm shift of like NFT technology allows basically this proof of like putting time and resources into these NFTs to be able to level them up and then increase asset value, right? And we're actually seeing this like, I mean, there are many games that are doing this, but just most recently, I just watched AxieCon, the Axie founders introduced new mechanics into the game where the only ways to be able to earn new skins or to be able to, earn certain level ups within the game has to be basically earned by putting time into the game. And obviously there's going to be, there's people with more time on their hands. So imagine like people from developing markets, of course, for them, time is not as price sensitive as people in developed markets, but then also, there are people in developed markets that just don't want to put that time in, right? There's going to be people that want to be able to buy those leveled up assets, and of course, those leveled up assets going to have, an incremental value. And I think that's something that the technology, basically, we're seeing it now, it's actually happening where you see value accrual straight into those assets because people don't want to have, they're trading basically time for money.
Yeah, I forgot to unmute. Go ahead, Astra, guys. We're investors in Astra, I think. I don't know if we're investors in Avocado as well or Blockchain Space, but I know Astra we're invested in because I remember the name. Go ahead, man.
Yep. Hey, Mario, and hey, guys. Thank you for having us today. I'm Larry Simo of AGV, coming from the Philippines. I think the industry is still at its early stage. I think we all know that. And there are still a lot of things that we need to figure out. Sustainability of in-game economy of games, high entry costs. And at the early onset, since the main business model of guilds, when we started, is very dependent on the success of these play-to-earn games, NFT games. And there is that vulnerability. in terms of the business model. But aside from that, I think the biggest role of gaming guilds and NFT games is to create the bridge between people who still don't understand the Web3 and the Web3 community, right? Because right now, people are having a hard time figuring out what do these NFTs mean. A lot of people here, especially here in the Philippines. And the biggest thing about NFT gaming is we create something that is relatable to these people. All of us knows games, and we make it easier for them to digest the concept of Web3 through play to earn games and Web3 gaming. So I think for that, we are still in the early part of gaming, and games are still figuring out a lot of things in terms of sustainability and all. But I think if we move forward with this continuously with this um, creating community around guilds, and that's the biggest value added of guilds to Web3 community. And I think that's something that we could really create value on moving forward.
And okay, I'll give the mic to Manny and then Kyle, and then I'll ask my question again. Manny, go ahead, bro. Good to have you again, man. You guys, you did a mic job like a beast on Tuesday. Fuck, man. Anyone that was on the Tuesday show, Manny came out of nowhere and gave one of the most exciting. Like Kyle, you got to talk to Manny. Anyone that's deploying capital, you got to talk to Manny. But Manny, don't accept any capital before we talk. But I remember, man, that was sick. But yeah, go ahead, man.
I'm actually gonna blow your mind again here today. So actually,
okay, go ahead, man.
I wish I was kidding. So we actually deployed about a month and a half to 2 months ago a rental marketplace that doesn't use collateral at all, and our biggest customers are gaming guilds. So we're about to process about 20,000 rentals in total. So how it works is you're able to put up your assets. If you're a guild and you have a ton of assets, doesn't matter the game, doesn't have to be supported. It supports every single game. You put up your asset, you specify a duration, say 1 day, and say per day it costs whatever the cost you want. And we also support multiple tokens. So it doesn't have to be, since we're on Solana, it doesn't have to be just Solana. It could be any SPL token. But essentially the user would have the NFT. They could use it in any game they want, in the game that's they're renting it out for. After the time duration is over, it automatically gets returned to the lister and automatically up for rent again if you wanted to. So essentially this creates a full-blown marketplace where different guilds, even individuals, can have multiple assets up for rent and can be gaining their passive income that way. I know you guys talked about having it skill-based where you can grind out games, get certain items, and then sell it. You don't have to sell it if you're a true investor and believe in the game. You could have it up for rent and create the income that way.
Kyle?
Oh man, I have an entire deck around this model. We were actually building it, so we're doing it's a stealth project. But all I can say is it's DAO VC we've been working on for almost a year, and like because my partners in this is another VC and myself. Between us, we have I think somewhere like $12 million of play-to-earn assets. And I don't want to start like okay, so no offense to anybody here that operate guilds, but like that the guild model is just incredibly inefficient. Like we're still using middlemen, right? And like why so
for now.
For now, right? Well, yeah, okay, yes, I'm talking about for now.
What do you think of Manny's solution? Like, you're working on a similar solution to Manny?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because usually guilds have all that, but there's also people like me and my partners, Metavest, who also have a tremendous amount of metaverse land and game assets. Like, we bought these from a speculative purpose and to generate passive income. Instead of buying physical real estate, we bought assets in metaverse and play to earn games. But in a guild, okay, let's think of So anyway, Manny, we could talk because I'm sure I could contribute a lot because I thought about this for a long time. Different things that we can implement. Are you guys? But I'm surprised you're on Solana because most of the assets. But are you using the EIP 4907? If you guys aren't familiar,
it's different on Sol, but
yeah. So Ethereum, these guys from Double, I think it's Double Protocol or something. They created a standard for Ethereum called EIP 4907, which is essentially a wrapper that wraps the your.
We do the same thing on Solana. Yep, same thing.
Perfect. And yeah, so that it's a building. We were going to build a marketplace, and still, maybe Manny, we can talk about implementing what you're doing into what we're doing because it was always part of the model anyway. And now, yeah, anyway, so, but think about this. Like, so you still have the middleman, right? The scholarship manager, and their job literally is so manually intensive, just to kind of try to identify potential scholars that are going to work their butt off, and go and actually, generate amount of revenue that's acceptable. And it's super manually intensive, and they end up taking, in between 15 to 25% of the revenue. When a solution like Manny's can be implemented, where I have a play to earn assets, and I just put up in a marketplace, and I can set all my own terms and parameters on what the rental condition is, anyone out there can go out and rent this thing, and as long as they meet my minimum requirements, they can continue to rent it as long as they want, as long as they're like, what do I care? I don't care who you are, where you live, what you look like, how old you are. I don't care, as long as, like, let's say I don't know what the new Axie economics are, but let's just say back in the day when it was popular, if I have an Axie team and you're earning 150 SLP per day, and we want to split that 50-50, cool. As long as you keep doing that every single day, like, you can rent it as long as you want. And then maybe I could set in a parameter like, okay, you can mess up. You can have one day when you don't hit that quota, but the second time that you do, boom, it gets taken away from you, back up on the marketplace. Now, you can do all kinds of cool stuff with this. Like, imagine like that model I just described is way more efficient than traditional guilds today, and you remove the middleman, generating more value for both the owner and the scholar themselves. Now, that's an efficient model. It's much more efficient than guilds, but you can also add in things like like I've been talking to Jeremy a lot from Delphi Digital. He wrote a white paper on before Vitalik even said soulbound tokens. Jeremy was calling these non-transferable social tokens. It's basically like your reputation on chain, whether you're completing quests or whatever you're doing. Like this is just track it, and it's a badge that you can wear, and you can go to places, especially things in like rental marketplaces, and say, look at here's my history of what I've done, immutable on chain. And so now in this marketplace that Manny has, I can set a requirement that these guys, that I'm only willing to rent to someone with an NTST, non-transferable social token, that meets this that has this type of track record of success. So that's way more efficient even than what I originally proposed, because in the model I proposed, you might just get a bunch of lazy people who grab the NFT because it's available, and they think they're going to do it, but then they just sit on their ass for 24 hours. It gets revoked, put back in the marketplace. The next person rents it. They sit on their ass for 24 hours. Now it's the same thing as like an office space or a real estate, thing sitting empty for days. You're not generating revenue those days. So if I can now implement the NTST and make it a requirement, someone has a track record, now that's even way more efficient, right? So these things are incredible. I've been thinking about it for a long time. That's something that we had to decide between, what was going to be the first thing that we focused on development first. And because so many other people were working on this solution, we decided to do this other thing first. But I love the idea. It's great. I feel like I can contribute a lot. There's other people that I'm talking to as well that are working on these kind of things. I think it's awesome.
Kyle, I want to say,
guys.
Kyle, I want to say I appreciate everything that you're saying, and it all makes sense. But we have to understand that before everyone had Expedia, everyone had to book through a travel agent, and there are still people booking through travel agents. If it wasn't for Axie Infinity, there would be no guilds. If it wasn't for Axie Infinity, Play to Earn wouldn't have as much traction as it has right now, or GameFi wouldn't have as much traction as it would have right now. So everything is great. I mean, I would love to live in Ready Player One world, but the fact of the matter is, we're just not ready for that. So everything takes time, and it takes one step at a time. That's one thing I wanted to say.
So are you saying that Kyle and Manny are? Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna mute. Okay, sorry. Shit. Testing. Okay, good. The echo stopped. Jesus, that was bad echo. Avocado Guild, sorry, bro. I just mute when you're not speaking, man, because the echo was insane. But yeah, man. So what you're saying is that you're saying that Manny and Kyle's solution is not bad. Obviously, it's not bad, but it's just too early for the space.
No, I'm saying that this solution is fantastic, but they're not the only ones building this solution. Guilds are building this solution, infrastructures are building this solution, everyone is building this solution. But sometimes you need people to take the step forward and not be afraid of innovation, so that we can get to a point where products improve, so that we get to a point where tokenomics improve. That takes time. So I appreciate what you're building, but it just doesn't happen overnight. It's fantastic if I can sit on my balcony like right now and dream about the possibilities. I would love that. It just takes time. It's not to say that guilds are just middle layers. You're right, we are. But you know what? It's a needed middle layer. That's one thing that I'm telling you right now. The second thing I want to draw attention to is, did you know that when Axie Infinity came out and they were raising, I think the last round, I'm not sure, or maybe the round before that, in their statistics, they had 60% of the players being men, 40% of the players being female. Do you know in the traditional gaming world, traditionally in the gaming world, it's over 90% males and 10% females if you're lucky. And did you know that in Avocado Guild at our peak, we had over 60% males and 40% females as well? So that's just to highlight the level of adoption that's happening. It's not always about the hardcore gamers. It's about getting everyone into the space.
But now I'll give you guys the mic.
Can I just, sorry, I didn't, to be clear, I didn't mean to come off sounding like guilds were useless and contentious. Maybe I let my excitement because of what Manny's building and it's a solution. I think guilds are more than a middleman, right? They actually and guilds like Axie and guilds in crypto aren't the beginning of guilds, to be clear, right? They go back for much longer than that. And I think that moving forward, a guild, the value there is the community that you have, and that's powerful and that's valuable, right? So then the value becomes, what do we do with this kind of community, that we built, and how can we improve it? And that then comes down to how do we continue to create value within this thing? How do we innovate? How do we, leverage our players to do things? I mean, in the interim, what we saw when we saw the failure of like the Axie economy, and then like Faded Arena came out and tried to do their thing, and that failed, and it kind of like people realized that this play to earn model wasn't sustainable. So you had, guilds, and trust me, I've invested in almost all of them, and I tried to invest in Avocado too, but you guys were full. So but what happened with this lull period between, what do you do with all the, if the play to earn's not sustainable, like what do you do in the interim, and what has happened?
We educate the community. We tell the community about all the great things you're building and everyone else is building.
So the reason it's unsustainable, with a game like Axie is because there's just not enough to do. There aren't enough burn mechanisms, right? You can have a guild, and you can have a guild farming a bunch of whatever the underlying utility token is, but there needs to be uses for the token, not just going back and breeding again and making more Axies to mint more SLP and then breeding again. It has to be like Mario mentioned at the beginning, like where does the value come from? And maybe I'm misquoting you, but the value comes from the game actually being good. The game needs, I think that, I mean, and I could be wrong here, but I think that the future of these sorts of games, the barrier to entry needs to be a fixed amount that most people can afford. Let players come into the game. They decide if it's good or not. If it's good, then the guild model will work. You can deploy people to farm gold, for example, and then sell gold, as I believe another speaker said, sell gold to those that don't have time to farm it. They just want to come and use their dollars to buy gold and upgrade their items or do whatever in the game. But ultimately, there need to be enough burn mechanisms. Otherwise, you have a super inflationary token. People end up quitting the game because the only reason they were playing to begin with was to make money. They weren't playing for the actual game. I played Axie for a while. I think, again, they're trailblazers, and I think they'll do just fine in the long term. But I didn't find the game particularly fun. What was enjoyable for me about it was that, hey, I'm actually earning some money by playing a Pokemon-style turn-based game. But once the SLP rewards dried up, my scholars all quit. And most people I know, I can't really get people to play the game again because it's still in its infancy. So yeah, again, I think that you need to have a robust ecosystem, a very fun game that people want to play, and the earning part, the ownership part, is icing on the cake.
My question here, right, to both the rental protocol and as well as guilds, right? I think the bigger question here is that isn't this the fundamental problem of why game economies are failing today, right? Because they're so nascent, but effectively what rental protocols do, or what even scholarships do, is that we are creating an environment where there is a capital outlay and people are rushing to first recoup that capital, right? And because of that, you get a massive sell pressure on any open ecosystems. You just take a look at Genotats today, right? They just went live, and you see everyone trying to take back their profits, right? And to recoup their capital, and you see the key tokens dumping, right? Just curious what you guys are thinking about.
Which token? Sorry, which token?
Genotats.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, are they dumping? Fuck, we're big investors in them. Are they dumping?
I mean, the key tokens are just dumping, man. I mean, it's the same. The point is that because people have capital outlay, be it through rental or be it through guilds owning these assets, people are trying to recoup that capital, right? So I think my question to the wider team here, it's like, what's your view on that? Isn't this the fundamental problem of the economies today?
Yeah, and especially when you get into like I'm not sure about I have habitats in Genopets, but I don't and wasn't able to invest, but it sounds okay. But it's really like people need to think about, again, this goes back to guilds, this goes back to games and anything else in a token economy. Like you really have to figure out how to create a true circular token economy where 100% of the value goes back in the ecosystem. Like there's way too many things like even Steppen, right? Like come on, Steppen, they go, what's their solution to their this Ponzi, like sorry, excuse me, but like oh
No,
we're
it
gonna
is,
get
it is a Ponzi structure, and I think
okay.
a lot of these
Okay.
platforms, they admit it and they're trying to fix it.
So yeah, but their solution was, let me give 15% of my revenue back to, that's so dumb. Give 99% of your revenue back. Okay, then now we're talking something. But if you're gonna, it will not succeed if you're gonna continue to siphon. If you're siphoning value out of an ecosystem to put it in your own pockets, you're gonna fail, right? There's gonna be someone else who comes and disrupts you, because you can one team, one ecosystem can create only so much value. Now you can either choose to put that value back into the token economy, or you can choose to put it in the shareholders' pockets. And if you choose to do both, you're half-assing both. And if you're doing both, and if you're not giving all of the value back to the token holders, then someone else is going to come, reproduce the model, have a better, more valuable ecosystem where people benefit more, and they're going to win at the end of the day, right? So why would you do half decentralization or a half-ass token model when really, like, you look at something like GMX? Why am I so bullish on GMX? Because they are an amazing leverage exchange that gives 100% of the value, the profits, back to token ecosystem. Like that's how you do it, right? And the guilds can do the same thing. There's so much value a guild has from their community. Like there's so much you can do with that, right? And they're investing like the same as VCs too, and getting the best seed rounds and some of the best games in the in the space. And as long as that value goes back into the ecosystem, that's valuable, right? That's creating real world value. And so I think that these are the things that, the mentality that one has to take when designing their ecosystem. And in games, I see it way too often. They have two tokens for no reason other than like, well, Axie did it. Well, did you see Axie's economy? Like having one token is extremely complex on how to balance that ecosystem, that economy, and how to create the proper velocity, and what should inflation be, or should it be deflationary, blah blah blah. Like, like another thing is people that just stake to stake. Like I don't like this idea of like just stake your tokens and get some APY. Why? That's not a use case. You're just telling people that, like, it's basically like a marriage, right? You're asking someone to make a promise to hold your tokens even if you don't provide value, because you made a promise in one day. Like that shouldn't be the case, in my opinion. If you're staking and participating, then you should get a portion of the real world revenue that protocol generates. Like that's it. And not be continuing to inflate the supply from this bucket of uncirculating tokens that continue to get dumped in the ecosystem and inflate the supply, right? So like there's a whole lot of education that needs to go into these ecosystems. And when people add like just one token is super complex, adding two tokens makes it exponentially more complex. And oftentimes people have no idea what they're doing.
Manny, I'll give you the mic, then KK.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
I wanted to share some insights on some numbers. Like the game that's doing the most rentals currently is a game that does not have real tokenomics, does not have a token. It's actually a free to play game. It's an FPS game, but they've done it quite a bit differently.
What's the game called?
Mini Royale, where you have to do like there's different, since it's an FPS game and it's similar to Counter-Strike. It's 5v5 on a map or something, but there's different quests, different clan wars that you can do, and in order to complete these quests you need certain items which you can only get through progressing through the battle pass or the game, right? So if I'm a guy that loves the game but I don't want to spend 2 hours playing to reach some certain level or some sort of gun or skin, I can just rent it for 0.1, 0.2, 0.5 soul, get it for 1 or 2 days, go to the clan wars, complete my quest, and continue on with the game, right? The game is actually fun, which is first and foremost. But not every game needs this, and they've done almost 7,000. I think they're now past 7,000 rentals. They rent hundreds of these things per day, and I can see a lot of models like that where it's a free to play game. Think like a Fortnite or something, where in order to complete quests in Fortnite, you need certain guns or certain skins or certain access to certain parts of the game or stuff like that. You can do this, and again, for the people that do have this and don't plan on playing, go ahead and rent it, make some passive income. There's many ways to this puzzle.
Other than
And what's the
other
can I get I was going to get the name of the game quickly. Sorry again, Manny.
It's called Mini Royale.
Mini Royale, yeah.
Oh, okay, Mini Royale. Go ahead, KK.
Other than the NFT skins and the armor, do they have a token available on Mini Royale or no?
I know you earn gold for some stuff in the game, but it's not a token where you can. It's not a play to earn game. It's purely for fun.
So yeah, it says that they're bound to roll out Cheddar and Royale tokens, which you get from engaging with land. So I'd be keen to see.
Yeah,
how
I don't know how they'll do it now, but currently up to now, and they've had 1 million unique players pass through that game at one point or another, right? For now, they are the ones that do the most rentals by far. It's an active community, and there's no active token. So
my question is, what games do gaming guilds focus on right now? Considering this might be stupid to say, but just the overall decline of Axie.
I mean, so I'm not on that chain. I focus more on Solana, but I can tell you it's different metaverses. Like Portals does a lot too. There's BR1, another FPS game. DeFi Land, like a gamified DeFi game, also has a lot of rental volume. So like I don't know, we're seeing absolutely everything.
Can you so go ahead. I'm taking notes, bro. Mini Nations, Portals. What were the other two?
DeFi Land is also on. We pretty much do every game on Solana. We're the only rental marketplace on Sol, so there's not a competing product. We do every game.
Go ahead, Avocado Guild.
Yeah, look, this is really insightful. I love it all. I just want to address one thing real quick that Path and Kai said. Look, I understand. We understand that a lot of these earlier innovators may design things that you don't approve of and that doesn't work. But it's very easy to say, after it's happened, okay, that's not what you should have done. But at least these guys made an effort to give it a try, So I just prefer if we don't criticize others for trying. That's one thing. Like if Axie didn't do what Axie did, none of this would be possible. That's one thing. The second thing, I just want to bring it all back to what a guild really is, other than criticizing other people's tokenomics. Because right now, like tokenomics is very new. So are these layer ones, so are these scalable technologies. Everything's new. It's normal when things are new that they don't work. And that's why people raise money to build solutions and then improve on those solutions. As a gaming guild, initially for version 1, yes, we lent out a lot of NFTs to our scholars. I'm still very bullish on GameFi. I'm very bullish on the idea that in the real world, gig economies are growing, and so are all these different marketplaces, and it's going to transition into Web3, especially with the introduction of many on-chain credentials for what you do in the digital world, and all these NFTs being created that have multiple use cases and different protocols constantly and marketplaces coming out. It's really exciting to see what this space will evolve into. And as a guild right now, one thing that we can agree upon, I think everyone can actually, is the fact that there's not enough users in every one of these ecosystems. How hard is it for your mom or dad to understand what Web3 is? How hard is it for them to understand what Ethereum is? I spoke to a game developer the other day, and he told me that his son asked him for $25 to buy an NFT. His son knows more about NFT than everyone else in his friend circle. And this is the new generation of people that are going to grow up with this technology. It is our job, or well, not our job, but we have the power to basically shape this brand new environment for the new generation. And during this time, yes, things may not work. And the amount of money invested is huge, but there's more to come. So what I'm just trying to highlight is, as a guild, we act as portals to help onboard as many Web2 users into Web3 as we can. And what better way to do it than through gaming, guys? It's the best.
I want to sum it up with the following, because I know we got to kick off the pitches in a few minutes, but like the way I explain guilds, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is like we started off as you guys, because I'm just an investor, but you guys started off as lending assets to players to make money. But essentially, I see guilds evolve, and I'd love anyone to jump in. You feel free to put your hand up or jump or just speak after me. To evolve into a portal, into gaming and the metaverse, into Web3. Actually, you just said that, motherfucker. Like, you beat me to it. Like, that's what I've been saying on so many events. I love that you just said it. Just clicked in my head now that you said it. I'm like, I thought I'd do a mic job, but you beat me. It's like, it's a portal to the metaverse. Gaming is just the first step, but becomes, lending protocols for people wanting to build a business in the metaverse, educating people in the metaverse. You talked about education earlier. So it's like, the end goal is becoming a portal into Web3. It's starting with play to earn Ponzi looking, which is, I'm not saying it in a bad way, I'm just saying like in a way that it needs to evolve, Ponzi looking games as a starting point, as an experiment, as we mature to something a lot bigger. Manny, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, this is opening to a whole new world that you guys probably weren't thinking about either. So the second growing industry or space in this rental marketplace is actually tools, right? So think of a world where a guild not just only rents out assets to games where people can use and play. You also have NFT sniping bots, analytics tools, anything that's token gated online that you're currently not using. I'll give you a Web2 example. If you have a Photoshop monthly subscription that you're currently not using because you're not all of a sudden in the job anymore, not just can you cancel, you could just rent it out. That way you can be, if you were grandfathered in and you're paying a lower rate, and there's so many things, right? So our second biggest collection is actually a guild, a treasury, but they don't rent out gaming assets. They rent out sniper bots, they rent out analytics tools, they rent out floor sweepers, different tools that are token gated by NFTs. And that just opens up a different world all totally together.
That's awesome.
Ancient 8. Go ahead, bro. We'll wrap it up. And by the way, we've got anyone that's seen Breaking Bad. I just saw the you remember the twins, the two twins that are just brutally killing everyone.
Jesse Pinkman? Is Jesse
not
Pinkman in space?
No, you're not Jesse. I just said the twins. Jesse doesn't have a fucking twin. It's the two twins that are just in. I think it's better, and then they're in Better Call Saul as well. But Breaking Bad, they're like from Mexico. Does anyone know? The twins that are just killing people in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, the Hitman twins, the bald guys.
Yeah, exactly. Daniel, who's the actor, Daniel Moncada is the actor. One of them is in the audience, just ping me, follow me. So it's just a cool mention. I like when I just see some name I recognize in the audience. But Ancient 8, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I just wanted to bring up one last point in terms of kind of the evolution of play to earn gamings that's actually really special right now, and a game that's doing an incredible job is Undead Blocks, where they are hosting, they're getting sponsorships from companies that want to advertise inside of their maps. It's a zombie shooter game. The game has great gameplay, and it's a very fun game. But what they are doing is raising money for tournaments through advertising brands inside of their maps, and then they are giving those rewards to the top players inside of those tournaments. But they do allow the rewards to seep very deeply onto their leaderboards. So you don't have to be the 1% top best in order to earn some rewards, but you do have to be a skillful player and somebody that spends time in the game getting better at the game in order to earn rewards from it. So I think this is also a really good innovation in the space for making play and earn something that's more sustainable and mutually beneficial between the player base and also the companies that want to advertise to those players.
Love it, guys. If you could do me, for all the panelists, one favor, if you could just DM me any other projects that are interesting to look at, or any intros, I'd just be very grateful. That's all I ask. For the audience members, we're gonna have 2 pitches or 3 pitches right after this to kick off the Shark Tank section, and then we'll do the $8,000 giveaway to end the space. But I just want to say this is one of my favorite fucking segments. I want to do another one in a few weeks, guys. You killed it. Feel free to stay. Carl, I think you'd like the segment as well. Feel free to stay for the pitches segment. We've got 3 projects pitching. And for the audience members, right after the pitches, we'll have the riddle for the giveaway. So make sure you're listening. Code words could be dropped in the meantime. Otherwise, let's kick off the pitches. KK, I'll do you the honors, man. The way it works, by the way, anyone that's new to the space, I have 90 seconds. They do a pitch. 3 panelists, me, KK. Usually Tony's here, but he's not here today. Jason should be coming up on stage. Jason from IBC, from the team, should be coming up on stage. And we ask some questions, and then that segment is cropped and sent to some VCs in our network. And yeah, we've seen some deals get done. But we're pretty brutal. Like, if we like the project, we'll praise them like crazy. If we don't like the project, we're pretty brutal there as well. But KK, I'll let you do the honors, man.
Let's go. Who's first?
I don't know, man. We got oh, there we are. Achilles is there. Achilles is I think they're in talks with MK about working with the NFT incubator that we have. So yeah, guys.
Is Achilles from Promise World or no?
Don't think so. Achilles, you there?
Yeah. How are you, Mario?
Hey, yo, man. Good. Promise World or different Achilles?
No, it's no, the project's called Achilles.
Achilles, sorry, man.
Yeah. But great connecting, guys. Was enjoying
cool,
the
man.
conversation actually.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good chat, wasn't it, man?
Was dope. Honestly, I don't even feel like pitching. Like just continuing the conversation is really is really interesting because
no pressure, bro. No pressure.
Yeah, I mean there are so many, but so many options and ways to leverage all the play to earn and all the tokenomics that are being built in the space and the way that things are evolving. And I think that one last thing before I jump into the project to sum it up. But one last thing I talked about. So I'm a lawyer. As a background, I'm a lawyer. I'm based in New York. And I thought I was in NFT NYC. I was a speaker there. So I had this conversation about like how NFTs can turn into actual a new breed of securities, and that's what the UK has been trying to do. Back in August, they released a kind of reform that basically pushes adopting NFTs as a new type of security that gives kind of ownership and enables the holders of the projects to give back in matters of revenue from the business they actually generate, to give back to these holders and say, hey, instead of doing it in an airdrop in an indirect way, let's do it directly and let's have these people rewarded for being part of this journey and being owners in this brand. So I just wanted to lay this out there because I feel it's important for the future of NFTs. And as I'm not sure if Avocado was saying that, but the idea of people not being yet aware of NFTs is super important. We don't realize how many really how many people would be interested to join into this ecosystem, into this world of NFTs, with from basic subscriptions to art, to everything, to music. So I think this is going to be the future of like literally everything. And so I'm so excited to be sharing this conversation with you guys. Now for the project.
Okay, so
yeah, for the project. So KK, give us the rundown.
A minute and a half timer to pitch, and I'm setting off your timer right about now. Go.
Got it. So so it starts off with a problem. We realized that so I've been on social media since 2019, been providing content for startups and entrepreneurs, and I realized that there's a huge problem in the educational system. The way education is actually built is providing in-time education, so basically education in courses or workshops, and instead of actually having it as part of our daily lives. So we built a system that relies on micro learning experiences. So we're building a brand. Basically, it's a Web3 brand that will provide a storyline built that includes micro learning experiences inside of it. So technically, for a layperson, it's a brand that provides basically a storyline. Inside the storyline, you will have micro learning experiences. It's based on a manga story that would include definitely merch and stuff, but it would end up, the end goal is to build the AR game. So it's going to be an AR game like a Pokemon Go for gamified education that would include different layers of course, tokenizations and plays with NFTs and structures in order to provide that continuous micro learning experience for people to upskill everyone into actually reaching out to their potential and building their skills. So that's kind of in a nutshell.
Oh, good, perfect.
Yeah.
Nice. So essentially, so you got the NFT collection. You had 10,000 NFTs. PFP?
4,444.
4,004. And Ethereum or Solana?
Ethereum.
Ah, cool. Yeah. So essentially, it's a story, and the story is like it's a gamified story that's focused on teaching players valuable lessons. So it's like gamifying education, which kind of we talked about earlier. Is like gaming is like a step one, and it's gonna intertwine gaming and real life, gonna intertwine. So where do the NFTs come in? You need to own them to play the game. Does it improve the gameplay?
Exactly. So we're starting off with these 4,444 NFTs or avatars that are gonna be basically an access to the game. But at the same time, again, as I started my introduction with the legal part, we want for these holders to be more than just players in the game. We want them to be the builders of this project. So we are potentially all mint funds are going back to the treasury of the project. So we're building it kind of as a DAO, not yet really defined as a DAO, but but moving towards that direction. And basically, we've added a lot of dynamics and structures in our smart contract, including a timer that triggers upon mint that starts calculating how many days you actually own your NFT to give you access to a voting system and potentially a return moving forward. So we're not calling it a direct return.
But hold on, if you have 4,400 NFTs, does that mean you can only have 4,400 players?
4,444. You mean no.
Yeah.
No. So these guys are gonna get that's my point. So these guys are gonna get access to the whole brand. They're gonna be participating in decision making related to the brand.
Okay.
Yeah,
The whole game, the whole business is a DAO, pretty much.
Exactly.
And has the game launched yet or not?
No, we haven't launched yet.
You can jump it. You can jump in anytime, bro. But like, is it at least is the story ready, or the game is the gamified
so
story
we
ready?
started working on the story. Yeah, we've started working on the story. We have advisors
similar-
from Toy Animation. We have also an advisor from Louis Vuitton who joined us on the board.
Hey,
so,
shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
What's his position at Louis Vuitton?
So he's head of IP actually.
Oh, nice. Fuck, man.
Yeah.
I can introduce you. Were you there when Wahid was on stage? I'm going to have dinner with him now. He's a big investor in all the top fashion
really?
brands.
Wow.
Yeah. Wahid from Faith Tribe. Just go to Faith Tribe, DM them, say, I want to speak to Wahid Mario, recommended I reach out, or just DM us, we'll intro you. So
Bro, I love that. Thanks.
You know, bro. KK, ask a question.
Yeah, so I mean, my question is, you mentioned broadly education and learning lessons. What type of lessons? What type of education?
So we're gearing towards all practical, basically Web3 or kind of practical skills that we believe are going to be crucial for the next phase of the evolution of society. Because like now, one of the main problems in this recession and in what's happening in the labor market is that a lot of base jobs like a teller, someone who works at McDonald's, etc., is no longer available. It's being basically automated or replaced. So what other choices do people have? And especially the people that are not skilled enough to really understand how to go on Twitter, how to go on Discord, how to search for a job remotely. All of these things, we are at a phase of, we believe, of transformation in society and the way labor works. Even Canada has been like pouring a lot of budget into andragogy, into like teaching adults how to adopt to new skills. So we believe in like practical skills, everything related to creativity, really building stuff, smart contracts, blockchain, everything that's really on the Web3 level.
Okay. Jason, you had a question? Sorry, go ahead.
Last question. How do you plan to do this through AR? Because again, it just sounds very, very broad. Like I feel like it could potentially be missing a scope.
Yeah. So basically, from a practical perspective, we believe that AR is gonna be so mainstream by starting next year. So every major company is gearing up towards some kind of glasses or
we had a whole space with Michael Bay last week. I don't know if you were there.
I so believe in that, bro.
Yeah. Michael Bay he told us about one company. Anyone that's interested, DM me. I'll give you the company's name. Sick. I forgot their name. That's why. Sick company. Okay. They've got very light.
Jadu.
No, not Jadu. Not the fun. The one he's. What does Jadu have to do with AR NFTs? No. Okay. A company that has glasses, AR glasses. That are whole next level, and they called themselves the iPhone, the next iPhone. That was the pitch they had.
I so believe we're gonna all be wearing fucking glasses and walking across the street, like literally all of us. I do believe that, and I believe that we are super well positioned to kind of, if we launch this brand of like really giving these micro learning experiences, combining virtual with IRL and the gaming experience. I think that it can go quite a long way.
A quick question: How much can students expect to earn, playing the game, and where does those funds come from to like pay them?
So basically, the first part is, so there's going to be, of course, a marketplace and a tokenization structure, so that potentially you could just buy any kind of trade, any kind of weapon, any kind of thing, any kind of any kind of tool or trade related to the story. So that's going to generate revenue as a start. Definitely, IRL collabs are going to also generate some kind of revenue. And the the physicals that are related to the brand, since we're building the story and building the brand, and we've built really dope art based on anime. So it's really nice. We've worked with an artist. She's here. She's in the crowd. Popsite. She's worked in gaming before. She's a painter. So we worked on really like unique art to make sure that we can also raise on the commercialization of the intellectual property that we have. So there are many streams that we're exploring, and again, we're still learning. I'm not saying that we have all the answers. I'm not saying that we're like we've got it all. I mean, I think no one does, but yeah, we're working heavily on that, and we're a team of people who already raised from VCs before, from 500 startups, Y Combinator. So we kind of know our way again around kind of raising capital, but again, we're still also exploring and learning and evolving. So yeah, that's
Understood. But
yeah.
but let's say the top 15 most active players, how much would they, let's say, how much could they expect to be earning, let's say, on a weekly basis?
Oh, so I cannot quantify this. I cannot give you a number right now. That would be lying. That would be just
Yeah, understood. I mean, if it would be based on, of course,
talking
market
shit.
conditions, that this is true. But of course, you know, a lot of these play to earn games essentially comes down to how much people are earning, and if
Yeah.
they're not earning enough, then of course, you know,
Yeah, I got you.
it depends.
I
It's basically
got you.
part of the motivation is basically money, because they're earning. The other part of the motivation is maybe learning or playing the game. Learning, in your case, playing the game, and play to earn.
Yeah.
So, you know, just
Yeah, I got you totally. But I cannot. Again, like if I were to quantify it now, I think if anyone were to quantify something that they have not yet like fully built or have a plan to, that would be just like just bullshit.
Cool. All right. Well, guys, great pitch. Appreciate you being here. We've got two. Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Kyle.
Achilles, I just wanted to say that maybe you could connect with a project called Forward Protocol. I'm really,
Okay.
really passionate about.
Yeah, that would be dope. Okay. Forward Protocol.
I just think that the current education systems are insanely ridiculous and horrible. So yeah, Forward Protocol is amazing. I just messaged you on a DM here. I
Oh yeah, that's dope.
Who's the founder of it? It's and maybe you guys can collaborate together.
Gotcha. Just followed you actually. Yeah. Just okay.
Yeah. Just shoot me a DM, send me like your Telegram or something. We'll connect there.
Gotcha.
Guys,
Thank you so much,
just-
guys. Thank you so much.
Just a quick one from
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yeah.
Blackpool Finance. We looking, if you guys are interested, we're looking for managers across. So we don't have the biggest yield in a space, but what we do is like a high quality game. So we are the leader on Sorare, the football fantasy game. We also won top 3 in the baseball. We just happened now because of Sorare in the basketball game. So we also cover like some other different verticals. So what we do is like we have about 2 or 3 different managers in each of the verticals that we cover. But we usually in the top 3. In Sorare, we top 2 or top 1. It depends per week. So we've been investing in many different games, also different verticals. But in yield, in esports sections, we are on the top of those different verticals that we do run, and we are organizing in Lisbon for East LisCon, beginning the first week of November. We'll be organizing the first esports arena competitions in live with big screens to play those different games. So you guys are welcome to join. Also, if you're good in baseball, basketball, tennis, or we also have chess. We're looking for chess player. Feel free to reach out to Blackpool Finance. We're recruiting every single day. Every week on a weekly basis. So yeah, please feel free to join and get ready for the first eSport arena competition that will be happening in Lisbon for first week of November or end of October. I don't remember. But we
I'll choose
welcome any
basketball.
games to join, any managers, anyone that are good at playing games to be and kick some asses over there.
Cool. Thanks a lot, guys. All right, well, Achilles, great pitch, guys. I think you got a
Appreciate
lot
it,
of
bro.
interest in the Discord group as well, man. KK, we've got 2 more pitches left. We've got Grizzly, which is one of our sponsors, and we've got Opus. We've got Brian there from Opus. Brian, I'll let you kick it off with the next pitch, man. I appreciate you bringing Scott earlier from Pink Floyd on the show. The mic is yours, bro. KK, you ready with the timer?
Wait, hold up before you go to the timer. I just wanted to, Mario, you guys are doing a great space here, and I want to compliment you on the team. I had the pleasure of interacting a lot with Sigmund and Nirvana primarily, but you got a world-class team of people that take pride in what they do, and their communication, their work ethic, their professionalism is unmatched. So really well done, and I just had to give a shout out to those guys.
Cool, man. Pitch time is done. Thank you so much for the pitch. I'm joking, bro. I appreciate it, man. Very kind words. Thanks. Go ahead, bro. Thanks a lot, Brian. Very kind words. Sigmund and Nirvana, I'm sure, are listening, and they'd love your good, kind words. KK, let's kick off the timer. No extra seconds. I know we got compliments, but it doesn't work that way.
No worries. Okay, guys. Listen, an NFT in 99% of the cases is a promise of future value being promised by people that can't deliver on that value. You see it all the time in the space. One of the things that we're bringing to the table is professionalism, real track record in business. I'm a serial entrepreneur with 8 companies and over $150 million a year in sales. I'm primarily in the music industry, and what Opus Labs is doing is we're going to be a consulting agency or incubator, launchpad, whatever you want to call it, but we're going to onboard established Web2 brands or rock stars, rock legends like Scott into the Web3 space. We are uniquely positioned because I know exactly what works and what doesn't in their go-to-market strategies in Web2. And I have a 7-figure NFT and crypto portfolio, and I'm very well versed in Web3 and understand what works and what doesn't in that space. So we're offering an A to Z solution for everything a company would need to launch an NFT project or to integrate blockchain technology into their legacy business models. We're launching a collection of 3,333 NFTs called the Maestro, and the primary utility for that NFT is going to be a guaranteed lifetime allow list for the holders for every future project that Opus Labs brings to the table. There'll be different rarities that it'll give either just a guaranteed allow list or discounts off of mint, 25, 50, or even a free mint for every future project that we bring to the table. There we go. That's a fast pitch.
Yeah, it was a good pitch, by the way, man.
Okay, thanks.
Cool. It's a pretty easy project to understand. So you incubate music, music rock stars into the Web3 space. All right, cool. And then your NFT allows holders access to airdrops, etc. How can you maintain perpetual value creation for holders? Like the revenue on the secondary market for 3,333 NFTs will be relatively small to allow you guys, give you guys enough incentive to give that much value to holders.
Great question. And that's the beauty of this brand that we're building, is the perpetual value to the holders comes as we scale and build the brand and bring on new brands and things like that. It's because we're offering discounts on mints and free mints. It really had to be built into the cost calculation of what we're going to actually charge those brands. But it's a sustainable business model that if it's a buy and hold, I'm not looking for secondary market sales. I'm looking for providing value over time so that these people will be able to continue to mint as we scale, grow, and bring on new brands. So while most projects have to continue to find ways to add value, our value is there and established, so it's just going to keep paying out over time. What we're going to do is negotiate that with these brands as part of our cost so that we can provide that value back to our holders. So it's all baked into the business model, if that makes sense.
Jason, KK, any questions? Kyle, anyone? My next question would be, if not, they don't have any questions, how is it, so if you're getting, so can you explain to me again, where are you getting enough value to give it to them in perpetuity? You're going to ask the clients to pay additional to give that value to the holders of the NFT, is that correct?
If I bring on brand A, part of my cost to that brand is going to include free mints, a consulting fee.
But why, sorry, I got it right. So why would you just not take that yourself? Why would you give it to your community? So, because look, the brand will be like, all right, my budget is, let's say $1 million. Okay. You can either take that $1 million yourself or take 800K and give 200K to the NFT holders. Now, you're losing 200K in potential revenue. Now, I know it's not all revenue. Giving whitelist spots to a community is different. But why would you do that when you only sold 3,333 NFTs with limited secondary volume? Because there's just no real, people will buy it and just hold it. Why would you do that? Is that my only answer that I could think of is that you've got an asset now. They got 3,333 fans. Hopefully, like each person only owns one. Let's say it's 2,000. You got 2,000 people that will be supporting each one of those brands. So are you building like an asset, or do you expect to make enough money for it to be worth it for you to give them value every time?
Yeah, no, it's a two-way value prop, right? So we're creating a Web3 project. We're getting the initial mint proceeds, which are going to help fund the business. And when we approach brands, it's going to be built into our value proposition and our sales pitch. We're going to them and say, hey, we already have 3,333 potential buyers for you. That's a target demographic that you have a hard time reaching. So we already could potentially sell
So it becomes like an asset.
Exactly. It's an asset to us because it helps us in our sales pitch to bring on brands and influencers. And it's an asset to our holders in perpetuity because we'll bake that into our cost method when we're going.
And the holders would expect to make revenue unless they're fans and they want to own that asset. So
exactly. I mean, people's mentality with allow lists. They
that's
can either mint and flip.
It's like a no-brainer. Yeah, it's a no-brainer use case, I think, for agencies. Unless I'm missing something. Jason, am I missing anything?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Who's your competition? And I mean, if it's such a no-brainer business, I'm just curious who your competition is. And then going back to your brands, like who are some of the brands that you would target? What are the other brands? Who are they talking to?
It's a great question. I look at the space right now and I look at competition, and there's a lot of people that are either doing what we're doing or claiming to do what we do. But they don't have the business savviness. They don't have the network and the connections. And that's really what it comes down to. I mean, I'm able to leverage my relationships in my business. I'm on the board of directors for the largest trade show organization in the world. I've got access to the CEOs and decision makers of every single music brand on the planet. I own a company that's going to be 100 years old in 4 years from now that represents the biggest global market share leading brands in New York City. So I'm just uniquely positioned to have a seat at the table to explain the value propositions to these companies. So there's a lot of competition out there, launch pads, incubators, all of these things, but none of them have the connections that I do in the niche that I'm targeting. And none of them have the value prop to their holders in the method that we set up.
Last question I have, and then we'll move on to the final pitch by Grizzly. Last question that I have. Oh, go ahead, Carl. Yeah, of course, Carl. The mic is yours.
Okay, so I've heard this kind of before, but I'd like to ask, just kind of play devil's advocate for a second. Can you name me one NFT collection from a celebrity that, or maybe there's one? Can you name me like 3 NFT collections from a celebrity or major brand? Okay. Nike was really I just feel like Eminem did one, right? It's worth like nothing right now. Like Snoop's are worth nothing right now. So this is the problem is people. I have people come to me and say, hey, I know these guys, and I'm going, great. Like, what is the value proposition going to be with their NFT collection? And they I haven't really heard a good logic yet for this.
That's a great
and that's a good argument. A lot of people in the NFT space are making that argument that celebrity NFTs, like, hey, if you see, there's like a meme now, if you see celebrity backing an NFT, run the fuck away. Which I don't agree with it, but I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mario. We're really not going after celebrities. We worked with Scott Page because he's got a very unique proposition. He's got that Rock Money NFT. He's got unreleased photos of legendary bands that he's leveraging some of the best artists in the Web3 space. I mean, there's a whole roadmap and storyline there that makes sense to me. And they're doing this whole in real life event thing, which gives access directly to the talent. To me, that makes sense. Most celebrity projects are nonsense. What we're targeting are brands that make the music gear. So we are going after manufacturers of music product. Guitar manufacturers, microphone manufacturers, speaker, DJ, recording studio, whatever. But if you think of the biggest brands like Gibson guitars, things like that, there is definitive value in changing up their go-to-market strategy and creating that engagement with their consumers and the fans of their brands. And there's guaranteed success when you put the right value and utility behind that. And I always think a lot of these companies, they're always looking, how do I keep this going in perpetuity and keep giving value. And I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think people need to start thinking of ways to give their NFTs a glorious death or a glorious ending, because it's impossible to keep value going over time. That's the beauty of the Opus Labs model, is that we naturally will do it over time for as long as we're a business. But most of these other projects, you just go through your entire mint proceeds, you don't invest appropriately, you don't have a sound business model, and you can't provide value over time. So think of a glorious death. Maybe you burn the NFT, you get a limited edition guitar. I don't know, but it's all about the utility, the roadmap, and ending.
So that just really confused me, because if you have an NFT that's just good for, like, let's say an event or something like that, I mean, isn't that essentially just what's the difference between that and like a coupon or something like that, or you know, and then you have no, and then for the creators themselves or the brand, like, there's obviously no revenue from secondary sales, and so I'm not saying you're wrong. I just never.
Well, yeah, most people don't think of it that way, and I think that that's a flaw in people's mindsets for NFTs. Think about products. Products have a lifeline, a lifespan. You discontinue a product and you make a version 2, or you completely scrap it. Why does Apple come out with a new iPhone every single year? I just think that people are trying to maintain value in perpetuity when they should have an end and maybe a relaunch with a refresh or something like that. That's just kind of my mindset. It's one example.
Yeah, I guess I could beat this with maybe I'm beating a dead horse here, but like, maybe if you could just do me a favor and just give me one, like, just use brand A does this thing and does this thing, and then this is why it's valuable.
Maybe you could look, like, I could use an obvious example, like Gary V has an NFT that's purely based on his brand. I'm using a very cliche example, but it gives that people access to, like, meeting Gary or going to his event. And then my answer, the reason I didn't invest, I'm like, all right, why can't you just have a fucking centralized platform when people buy this type of access? Like, what's that platform that allows you to buy, like, shout outs by celebrities? I forgot what it's called. But something, yeah, something similar. Yeah, it's something similar to that. And then my answer, as I got deeper into the NFT space, which I know is a broader discussion we can have, Kyle, because, like, people like me and you took a long time, maybe you're still hesitant to get too involved in the NFT space, because we couldn't, this utility didn't make sense to us. But, like, my answer would be, all right, first, it has a secondary market without having a centralized platform. So the concept of ownership, which I'm like, yeah, cool, but not that exciting. But then I started looking at it as, like, more of a foundation, a decentralized foundation, similar, not similar to tokens, but kind of similar approach, where it's a decentralized foundation to build a whole ecosystem around it. It starts with access to drops and stuff, but then it could have interoperability with, like, an events metaverse, and then anyone that owns that NFT has front seat access to those events and other forms of utilities in a decentralized world. But I think, like, the utilities we're seeing now for most NFTs are pretty boring, and all of it, and we had a big debate about it last week, is that those valuations that we're seeing now are all based on future promises that are yet to be fulfilled, which, we had the same thing back in 2015, 2016, 2017. That'll be my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, that's true, Mario. And I gave just, that was one example. It's not like every project that we do we're gonna have an ending to it, but it's just an innovative way to think in this environment, because I just see how all of these projects are going, and to continue to provide value over time is a very difficult proposition. And so I just think there should be a start and an end, and maybe a refresh and a relaunch. But I know all of the utilities and values that are working in this rather stale Web 2 go-to-market strategy. And if anything, it just gives the brands a unique new perspective and a unique way to engage with their customers. So I look at it as a phenomenal opportunity. The brands that we're in discussions with are all digging it, and it's going to be a success. And we're helping them essentially form a Web3 strategy. So when the metaverse comes, it doesn't have to be just NFTs. It could be incorporating blockchain technology into the business model for things like product serialization and customer warranties and things like that. So the options are really limitless. It's all about getting the customer and finding ways to work within their business model.
Check out ShopX,
Cool.
Brian. Maybe you guys can collaborate.
I wrote it. Yeah, I wrote down ShopX as well. I want to check it out, Kyle. You've hyped me up about it. We're already over time, 51 minutes over time. So great pitch, Brian. Really appreciate being here, man. And we've got the final pitch of the day before we talk about the giveaway. Grizzly Fi, guys, thank you so much for sponsoring the show. KK, you'll kick off the timer, and we'll have the final pitch for the show. Again, Achilles, Brian, and Grizzly, your pitches will be sent to VCs in our network, as the team already probably told you. KK, you want to kick it off?
Hello. Hey, quickly before you start the timer, I want to add
Worst time to have a bad connection,
in
man.
DeFi.
Sorry, start again. Your connection cut
Sorry.
out, bro.
Are there any people, because I've been here since now 3 hours listening to you guys. I have to say it was amazing so far. But we've been speaking a lot about gaming, about NFTs and so on. Since we are a DeFi product, I'm very curious to hear if any people in here are actually interested in DeFi, are using it. Maybe you can do some smile in the chat or something.
Yeah, so Kyle is invested in a few DeFi projects. Because Kyle, am I correct? I've seen Massive Ventures in a few.
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
invested in some.
And
Yeah, and Jason is an analyst at IBC, and he's looked at a lot of DeFi projects as well. It's not a DeFi segment today, but we have had DeFi segments in the past. I think about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we had Simon Dixon. He was leading the bailout for Celsius and a few other guys. Some Bitcoin maxis talk about DeFi.
Okay, interesting. So yeah, let me go ahead and start the pitch.
The mic is yours, man. So you're gonna have about 30. We have about 10,000 listeners total in every show live, and then about 30,000. What's up, KK?
5 minutes timer for the sponsors.
Yes. So we've had like 30,000 listeners after the show, and then it goes on to a podcast and stuff. So you'll have a lot of people that like DeFi listening to, a lot of people in the DeFi space, like Kyle, are also in the NFT space, and the interaction and the overlap between DeFi and NFTs is a space I'm personally very interested in.
Who doesn't use DeFi? Like if you're in crypto and you're using PancakeSwap, you're using DeFi.
Exactly. Guys, anyway, I'll let you guys pitch. KK, you want to kick it off?
Mike is all yours. Go.
So, me personally, I've been in the crypto space now since, I guess, 6 years already. I've been using DeFi heavily I've been starting using it like 2-3 years ago. And we always wondered why things are that complicated. I mean, DeFi right now is built by nerds for nerds. And I've seen it myself. I mean, when you find something new that you love, you try to show it to other people. That was the same case with DeFi. No one got it, so we sent out to change that. We want to make DeFi more accessible. And since we are based in Switzerland, the land of banks, the land of money, we are already working together with traditional finance, institutional investors to bring DeFi to the institutional investor side. So we launched about 1 month ago. We had the biggest launch actually on the Binance Smart Chain by far. We raised $26 million in 3 days, which was insane. And we are right now online with a liquidity aggregator. So we're aggregating liquidity to PancakeSwap right now, making it as easy as we can to invest for people. We are now we are now launching a stablecoin pegged to the Swiss franc, which will be insane. I guess that this has a lot of potential to like surpass the dollar or dollar stablecoins in the near future. We are now working on a Ethereum version. We will be offering leveraging on pools like Convex, Uniswap, and so on.
Great pitch, and congratulations on the race so far. Kyle, Jason, do you guys want to kick it off? I saw you on mute, Jason.
Yeah, I have a quick question about the stable coin. Sort of, just curious, what percentage would that be collateralized? Would that be 100% collateralized? And how would that be collateralized? Would that be collateralized in fiat or treasury bonds? Or how
Yeah. It's funny. This always when I speak about the stablecoin, people listen up and want to ask about it. So actually, we have. We took a lot of inspiration from Liquidity. Liquidity is also a Switzerland-based company. We really love their concept. So the stablecoin is always over-collateralized at a minimum. So people can borrow up to 110% collateral ratio, but the system always tries to stay above 150. So you can just look at Liquidity, what they have done. They have a similar philosophy like Bitcoin with Satoshi's white paper. They just released it. They can't update it. They just released it and it's out there. So they only have 600 users right now who are borrowing. But in my opinion, it's a lot better than MakerDAO since they have a very smart mechanism of liquidation. So really, really cool project. Liquidity, and we have expanded that so you can not only provide Ethereum as collateral, but also wrapped BTC. And in the future, you will be able to offer yield generating assets similar to the Yearn Vault tokens as collateral. And the domain, by the way, for the stablecoin is www.defifrank.com. Any other questions?
I have a question for you. It's not so much about your product, although I am actually just one thing before I get started. I went to your Twitter, and I think you guys should put the domain of your website in your bio on your, because like I don't even know how to go to your, I don't even know what your website is, and it's not on your bio on your Twitter, so that would be helpful.
Yeah, that's a good one. We actually have to decide: do we want to run ads on Twitter, or do we want to have the website on there? Because Twitter doesn't really like if you run ads and have a website to a DeFi protocol in your bio. But
what if you just put all your links in a link tree and then just put your link tree there?
Doesn't work. They're too smart, actually.
They'll catch that. Yeah, it's fascinating.
But if you want to go to the website, it's www.grizzly.fi.
Okay, so here's a like I don't know if it's philosophical question. No, not philosophical. Theoretical, like I don't know, theoretical question here.
Yeah.
So I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and it's very, very common for a projects to launch, and they raise kind of whatever they think they need to raise, and then they go to market, and then there's this issue of where does liquidity come from, and so they'll kind of like and even market makers will give the advice like, okay, well, you need probably like, maybe $200,000 of like BNB or ETH or USDT, whatever, and your native token, and add it to Pancake or Sushi or Uni, whatever. And then they'll say, hey, we need more liquidity, so let's do some yield farming and offer like this really high APY that people can come in and like add liquidity and earn this APY. So now the yield farmers are coming in, and they're they become, let's say they have 50-60% of the liquidity in the pool, and you run this yield farming thing for X amount of time, and they're generating not only the like 0.3% from, let's say, Uniswap, as well as whatever extra rewards you're offering on top, which is like crazy inflation. And then when that yield goes down significantly, or the farm is over, they just take their liquidity and go somewhere else, and then like the liquidity in that protocol goes down significantly. Like, don't you think it would be better if projects just account for the liquidity that they're going to need ahead of time, and then add their own sufficiently own liquidity into a DEX, for example, and then and they don't rely on anybody else, and then the project themselves get to keep majority of the fees generated from the DEX, and then also in the economic model, they can always take a portion of the fees generated from the product itself and continue to add liquidity over time. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's a good one, actually, because I mean, this is the biggest dilemma that we have in DeFi right now, right? Most of the yield farms, DEXs, I mean, we had this crazy run up in like 2021 when there was like a DEX for every single type of food, every animal, every whatever, and people were just jumping from one farm to the next one, sucking it dry, sucking it empty, and then spitting it out, and never thinking about it anymore. And what we have done with the launch mechanism, so we didn't just raise money, we didn't just say, hey, buy our token, and we raised 26 million. What we did is we created a liquidity pool with it was $250,000 in BNB and 500,000 tokens. So the token launched at 50 cents. And then we opened up a pool, and we said, okay, everyone who wants to buy the token can invest in the pool. And this pool acts like a type of sniper bot and buys the token, right? So the token shot up to $200. And the interesting thing is we didn't use all of the money to buy the token, but only approximately 30%. So about $15 million were provided as liquidity after this initial purchase. So the protocol right now has $15 million of liquidity, which belongs to the protocol, which doesn't we don't need to pay people to provide liquidity there. and we're actually one of the most liquid pools on PancakeSwap, besides like blue chip pools with Bitcoin, ETH, and BNB inside of it. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is we will, as I said, we will go to Ethereum very soon. So we have already built a convex aggregator. I love convex myself. I'm a user. I love it. I think it's great. Also with all these, I mean, when you look at convex has become kind of a hub. A lot of people from Frex are there. A lot of people from MIM are there. So it's an amazing platform, but it's so fucking complicated. If you also look at the blockchain data, Convex actually doesn't have a lot of users because it's so complicated. So what we have built is we've built a one-click invest gateway. You can invest in it in Convex with one click, and we're aggregating it. So we have Convex under our platform. We're gonna introduce Uniswap very soon. So our goal is to onboard as many platforms as possible. And the cool thing now is with the stablecoin. So the stablecoin is not just we didn't just think, hey, let's do a stablecoin. Oh yes, Swiss franc, let's do it. The stablecoin serves serves a use case. So we will offer leveraging, as I said. And the cool thing is when we offer leveraging on these existing convex pools, not only will it be a no-brainer to use them, because you can say, okay, either I'm going to convex and earn 3% on my Frex 3 curve pool, or I go to Grizzly and leverage it 10x and earn 30%. And the thing is now, we don't have to actually mint tokens, right? So we will stop completely minting tokens as soon as we launch our Ethereum version, which will be in about 2 months. Let's say 2-3 months. We are going to finish that. We're going to offer leveraging. We're also going to be able to offer the highest yields on these existing and already very popular pools. And the nice thing is now, if you offer a 10x leverage, for example, you can go and charge a 50% performance fee. No one can do anything about it. You are still the most profitable platform out there. You can charge a 50% fee. And what we are going to do is we're going to say, hey, if you don't want to pay a 50% fee, you're gonna have to freeze our token. So we are going to follow a very similar tokenomics model like Curve, for example, where you freeze your tokens and you actually then the frozen tokens get a utility. So that's the model which we are heading into right now in the next 2-3 months.
Yeah, we're that last thing you just talked about. We're doing exactly for it's one of the many use cases we got in our economic model. But so I'm curious, I'm a little bit confused. Is this I know this is like a pitch session. Is this just kind of for you to tell the community what you're doing, or is there any type of call to action here other than go buy my token on a DEX? Like, are you offering us some type of like OTC?
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Of course. So when we launched Grizzlyfy, we had one of the biggest giveaways in the space running. So we gave away about $750,000 worth of our tokens to 100 winners, and we're doing this exact thing again, but with the secondary token of the stablecoin. So we have a giveaway up and running. I'm not sure where can they find the link. Mario, do we have it posted somewhere?
Yeah, it should be. You can actually pin a tweet at the top of the space, but I'll make a tweet about it now. So I'll get Romy to tweet it.
Nice.
And
it's win.defifrank.com. Would be nice if you can tweet it. So all you have to do is you have to sign in with your email address. You can follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, do different tasks. You get points for doing tasks. You also get points for referring new friends, which is really awesome. And then you increase your chance of winning, and 1,000 people will be able to win approximately $1,000 tokens, $1,000 in tokens, depending on the value at launch.
Cool. Well, congratulations on a great pitch, bro. If you can send me through the link, I'll tweet it as well. But I'm pretty excited to jump on a call with you on a personal level as well after the show, maybe next week sometime.
Sure.
And congratulations on what you've built so far. Anyone in the audience that wants to be connected, DM us. We can make the intro, or you can just DM Grizzly directly. And anyone listening to the replay, you can DM us. We can connect you. And anyone that's all the VCs, DM us, and we'll connect you to the project as well. Otherwise, I think we had a killer fucking show, KK. Way overtime, an hour and 6 minutes overtime, and I think Kyle was a great addition throughout the whole show. You're a very energetic guy, Mr. Chesse.
Kyle is the best, man.
I just get excited. That's all.
I can see, man. I can see.
Hey there,
like,
Mario. Mario,
it
Noah
caps-
from Whale Coin Talk. I have to hop off. I really appreciate you having me on. I had a great time. I learned a lot. I hope
Thanks,
to be
Noah.
on in the
Thanks,
future
bro.
again. Take care, guys.
Bro. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot. We're gonna wrap it up. We got Siggy and Chet. Guys, how did the giveaways go?
Hey Mario, how you doing? Chet, are you there as well?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Awesome. Yeah, so first of all, once again, thank you to Scott Page, obviously from Pink Floyd and coming on, Opus Labs, Brian for bringing him on as well. And then obviously, in addition to both of those, again, Grizzly for sponsoring, obviously, the end of this segment of the giveaway, plus the treasure hunt. And on top of Grizzly, also thanks again to NFT Tech and, of course, Faith Tribe. As always, great sponsors, great people. We love them. So yeah, giveaway has gone well. What happened is, Chet, do you want to explain the first one and I'll explain the second one maybe? Chet,
Yes.
are you there?
So
Go for it.
We came through this wonderful, great treasure hunt that we've been going through for the past 4 weeks, full of fantastic riddles, a very interesting post-apocalyptic journey. This has just been the second chapter that we've been going through that was ending here today, and it just ended. And I have to congratulate whoever won in breaking through the seed phrase before I could even get on stage here today. So we had all the riddles out, all 12 words to the seed phrase were out there. They weren't even in order. But so anyone could have started to try to solve, and someone did before I even got up here on stage, put a little bit of them into order to help some people out if they weren't already there. So congratulations, hats off, mad skills to whoever did that. There was nothing in the rules against that. So absolutely mad skills there for that. We will, of course, be going forward, making it a little bit more interesting on how the riddles will change and shift here into the next chapter. And you'll also see a longer journey that will happen, some more interesting stories, and might I add that and this riddle, this new journey, this new chapter will be starting next Thursday, and each riddle will be getting a reward. So each person who answers into the next chapter will actually be getting a reward. So do keep that in mind as we begin the next chapter next Thursday. You'll see a lot of things be changing. And I think you're going to be loving it and looking forward to all the really cool NFT projects we also have coming in to partner with us as we move forward.
Siggy, final words?
Definitely. Thank you guys again so much. So with the second giveaway as well, we had 9 words out there, eventually posted a 10th. And the community, again, I don't know how they do it. Even just for posting last 2 words in a few seconds, someone was able to pick up the correct answer there as well, even before the end of the show. So again, congrats to them. There is, if you go back and look at the Etherscan, there's a lot more information on the second person. So curiously, we might actually even be able to get an identity out of them. Definitely curious if we can figure that out. And then going forward, as Chet said, we're going to be doing bigger and better things to continue. So again, this is insane. We're going to be doing, as Chet said, more giveaways just in general to anyone participating. $1,000 here, $50, $100, just to people that are contributing to Discord. So even if you didn't get one of the large prizes, still there's a lot up for grabs, and this is only going to continue to get even crazier in the future.
Cool, man. Ready Player H, man. You got your hand up. Last final words before we end the show.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys. You guys are always killing it on these spaces. DM the team as well, so hopefully we can do something in the future. But you guys are killing it. Thank you so much for thank you for giving to the community, guys. This is exactly what's needed in the bear market.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you coming on stage. Kyle, thanks for killing it as well today. Grizzly,
Mario,
Brian, you guys.
Is there still time, Mario, to do a quick pitch, or are we wrapping up?
No, so you gotta pitch DM the team, and that's how we accept pitches. You go through a vetting process beforehand. So you just hit the team up, or just DM me, and the team checks my DMs, and we can bring you on a future show. The next show is on Tuesday, which is the NFT roundtable. So Tuesdays is NFTs. Thursdays is the crypto roundtable, so general crypto chats. Today we will kind of more veer towards NFTs because of Scott coming on stage. But and plus the DeFi, the guilds section, obviously NFTs plays a big part in that. Otherwise, guys, see you all on Tuesday. I gotta go. I'm an hour and 10 minutes late to a fucking dinner with Wahid. So appreciate you all. Thank you so much, Carl. Thanks for killing it fucking today, man. We gotta catch up.
Tell
And
Wahid I said what's
KK,
up.
thanks a lot, bro. Love you guys. Thank you so much, guys. I will. We'll do, man. Take care, bro.